called 10 Hours to Midnight.
Yeah, you're live.
He said,
Okay.
we've got 10 years to.
Yep.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. M.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you can.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm trying to send you
You
a.
want to see your picture?
Okay, that's fine. I'm still trying to send you a YouTube video, a short clip, so that we can have a reference point.
All right.
Okay. What I want here, Mr. Moira, these are my two role models. That's Julius Malema and Aubrey Masango. So I would like us to analyze, to have a talk about this, and to see if you and I can have a shared understanding about my these are my two role models here. You are my mentor, and I've got two role models. Those are the structures of book. This is the foundation. This is where I got my content, by engaging with you, with Aubrey Masango, and with Julius Malema, though with Malema, never one-on-one, but by watching what he shares. So I call you my mentor. Then Aubrey Masango is my role model. He provoked me to start to understand the question, what? What? Yes. So that's you as my mentor. I launched my book to you just to let you know that those are basically the foundation or the beginning of programs. So the anger came from that, from engaging, from my three prominent. Yep. Are you getting me there? If you can summarize that point there.
So you have the video.
It's coming now. I've got the audio. It's a SoundCloud.
Ah, that's good. If it's a SoundCloud, that's okay.
They had a great show together, and I always listen to that show. That show makes me angry.
Which one was that one?
This one I'm gonna send you. It's on 702. I'm looking for it now. Malema, Aubrey Masango. Malema, Aubrey Masango, Malema. Yep. This one, listen. I would like to make it the chapter in my book, Aubrey Masango and Malema. So let's start this one here. I got it now. I got the clip. My two brothers, Aubrey Masango and Malema, now I start to disagree with them. On introduction, they have what I call, Julius Malema is playing what I call identity politics. Then Aubrey is also more like my other brother, Joshua Maponga. I bank on you here. So all these names, I bank on Aubrey Masango, I bank on Julius Malema, I bank on you, Mr. Mawere, and my other brother, Maponga Joshua.
Oh, okay. That's all good. Okay, I'm playing it.
It's 4 minutes past 10 o'clock. Sorry about that. And you are listening to Talk Radio 702 and 567 Cape Talk. Remember that we've just heard the breaking news from Eyewitness News coming from the presidency, saying that former President Nelson Mandela is in a critical condition. Now, I don't know what that exactly means, but of course it is something that would be concerning to any South African. I'd like to take your calls on this. 011 021 4460567. As I take those calls, I want to introduce my guest. And I guess my guest needs no introduction. He joins me now in studio, and I want to thank you very much, Julius Malema. Thank you so much for coming through this evening. As I said to you before we went on air, I thought you were avoiding me. You didn't want to talk to me because I'm black.
No. And you know, when I got an SMS from one of your colleagues saying, I actually hate her because I never come back to her when she tries to make arrangement, I felt so bad. And I said, no, let's do this because there will never be time. We have to squeeze and ensure that we meet all the requests that we get. Yeah.
I do appreciate it for all of the reasons that I told you before we went on air. Let me ask you a question around the breaking news that we're hearing now that former President Nelson Mandela is in a critical condition. Your thoughts?
I mean, when I heard about it, the family and Mama Winnie just came to my mind. And I was like, what are they going through now? And a critical condition at that age might mean the West. And we're refusing to imagine that situation because we've got an interest to have him forever. Even though we know that it's practically impossible, scientifically impossible, but it's always to have the old ones around you, and especially for some of us who were nurtured and we are what we are because we were brought up by grannies. What happens to President Mandela brings you immediately to think of your old ones, and it's very painful, and we need to reach a point where we accept that he has played his role, and if his name has been called, the least we can do is to pray for him and call upon Chris and O.R. Tambo, Albert Lituli, to wait at the entrance to receive him because he's one of the greatest. And we think that his place is a beautiful place wherever he's going.
Well, he said that when he reaches heaven, he'd be looking for an ANC branch in heaven.
Yes.
You are no longer in the ANC.
Madiba has always been ANC throughout. And
I'm talking about you.
You wouldn't expect him to arrive at heaven and look for a branch of EFF.
Let's talk a little bit about Juju, who has been brought up within the ANC. Much of your discussions on the media and anywhere else has always been about the fact that you are a child of the ANC. The ANC expelled you a few months ago.
Yeah.
How has it been outside of the ANC?
Yes, not a few months ago. It's almost a year now.
Yeah.
And I've been waiting patiently to hear what the movement will say. But there hasn't been anything coming from the movement. And I'm a political animal. I can't sit without political activism because that is the only thing I know. I've tried cabbages, they've taken them over. And I've said, look, I mean, this should be a sign that I don't belong to cabbages. I belong to the revolution, and perhaps let me go back and continue to engage in revolutionary cause that will change the living conditions of our people.
Do you wish that the ANC had called you back?
They've got the reasons why they've not called me back. I've written many times, and they've made up their minds. And I'm at a point where I think that it is no longer relevant whether they want to take me back or not. That discussion, I will never engage in it. I think I've moved on, and I'm looking forward for a new chapter in my life.
What is the new chapter? We're hearing a lot about the economic freedom fighters. In fact, on my Twitter handle, I have somebody, or the economic freedom fighters, following me. And we've been talking on Twitter for a couple of weeks now. And I've been wanting to find out, is the economic freedom fighters a political party? What is that? Or what is that?
Look, we engaged in a process of a consultation immediately after the youth league structures were disbanded. And we realized that the purge is continuing, particularly against those who represented a particular agenda in the movement. And we said, maybe we need to ask comrades questions as to what could be the possible way forward. And we're putting forward 3 questions. Should we form an organization that will not be politically aligned with any party that contests elections, but an organization that will agitate for economic freedom? Or should we form a political party that will contest election and continue to fight for economic freedom? Or should we continue to support the ANC with the hope that the ANC will engage in a self-correction process in the next 20 years and they will allow a debate on economic emancipation of our people. And we throw out those questions to the masses of our people. And we summarize those three questions into one. And that is what is to be done when the state of affairs is deteriorating both in the movement and in the country. And we have been engaging with leaders in the ANC, leaders in our society, ordinary people, traditional leaders, religious leaders, to try and find a sustainable, solution. And we are inspired by Pixley Isaka Seme, who was in the forefront of the formation of the ANC. At that time, he was at his 30s, and he said there is a problem of colonialism in South Africa, and the African masses of our people are robbed of their rightful place in South Africa. What can we do? And he organized traditional leaders and professionals and educated men then. And that led to the formation of the ANC. And we're doing exactly that. Because we think that there is no longer an organization called the ANC. We're just, holding on to the name called the ANC. But it's a former itself. It's no longer.
Why is that?
I mean, the type of policies adopted at Mangaung and the type of leadership style displayed by the collective is such that suggests that we have taken a detour from advancing the Freedom Charter and the National Democratic Revolution.
Which policies in Mangaung would seem to you as a departure and a betrayal of the original ANC, in your opinion?
The National Development Plan doesn't in any way represent the implementation of the Freedom Charter. The people have spoken in the NGC of the ANC and the policy conference of the ANC that they want nationalization of mines, they want expropriation of land, willing buyer, willing seller is not working. And all those radical policy shifts were then suppressed, and they've tried that with us when we're still there in the NGC of the ANC, in the National General Council. When everybody stood up in the plenary and says we want radical policy shift when it comes to economy, which will lead to a changing of the ownership of the means of production, changing of patterns of ownership of property in South Africa. Summarizing those discussions, those issues are thrown out the window. And we stood up and said you can't. But you defended those policies, but in December we're not there.
But are you not the person who is saying that the democratic process that happened at the NGC was betrayed by the process that took place at Mangaung? Are you not speaking with folk tongue here in the sense that a democratic process took place at Mangaung? Why can you not submit yourself to that process?
Manipulation and suppression of a different view can never be celebrated as democracy. We have seen the paging of comrades, who were victims of one articulating the economic policies that we needed, but also the type of leadership we wanted. All those who represented change were sidelined, were dealt with, so that the predetermined democratic outcome can be the reality when people arrive at Mangaung. So I have no respect for such process of manipulation. I'm telling you that when I was in the ANC, they tried to manipulate the resolutions at NGC of the ANC. And we were there. I went on stage and said to Jeff Radebe, who was the mastermind of manipulation of police. I said, this is not what people said. You can't change the will of the people and bring your views through a back door. We are here. We're not going to allow that. And we're nearly charged for that. But they didn't have an angle to charge us because they knew we're telling the truth. The Commission on Economic Transformation and the plenary said we need a radical change. There were consensus. But those who were in the pockets of white monopoly capital wanted to deliver a different outcome against the will of the people.
But would you not accept that some people would say that you are guilty
Hello?
of exactly the same thing when it came to former President Thabo Mbeki, that you were a leading voice in exactly the same subversive issues that you are accusing those that are supporting the current regime or the current administration of the ANC. Would you not be accused of a hypocrisy in that sense?
No. I mean, when we came out of Polokwane, I had a discussion with President Zuma around President Mbeki, and he made it very clear to me that he was not willing to work with President Mbeki as president of the Republic and him as a president of the ANC. And having made that observation, I realized that we're going to put a country into a serious crisis of paralysis because of working relations between the state president and the president of the ruling party. And therefore, we have had to ask President Mbeki to step down in order to avoid two centers of power and allow a smooth transition between the elected president of the ANC in Polokwane and the state president. And that was going to take some time. So
Yes.
whoever was occupying that position had to be somebody that will work.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, Mr. M.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. Number one, Julius Malema is a child of ANC, nurtured by Nelson Mandela. He is now a man of EFF. Julius Malema is a community builder. He's a community builder. And I like his order and structures. He's the commander in chief now for the EFF. Right? That's my take so far based on what he shared on his introduction with Aubrey Masango. So those are the lessons I've learned. I've learned that he's a community builder.
What is a community builder?
That's a very good question. Community building is simply converting your connections into a community. Malema is connected with his political friends, and they came up with an idea to build up EFF. That is community building.
What is a community?
When there are more than two people, that's a community.
Yeah, but what binds the community?
There's what I call order and structures, which is constitutionalism now.
What binds people are values, principles. So the whole idea of economic freedom, if that is the basis on which the party is founded upon, then that's one thing. Then the belief that government can be the vehicle for transforming people's lives, it's another idea that has to be understood. There are many people who believe there exists a relationship between economic freedom and government. That you who controls government can deliver the promise of economic freedom. That idea is founded on the ideas that were thought and given expression by people like Karl Marx, Engels.
What did he say? What was his ideology?
The idea was that human beings need to be organized, and government is a vehicle for delivering the happiness that is entrenched in the Bill of Rights.
Okay.
That the best way to deliver happiness, prosperity, property is when government is an agent. And Dennis says community we are referring to is a group of people sharing same norms and values. The question is, do the people who are members of EFF actually share the same norms and values?
They have only one value, which is a political EFF, the red t-shirt, the red beretta.
No,
Following the order.
that's what you may interrogate. What is the shared understanding of economic freedom? And if you were to look for a definition today, what is it that economic freedom means and to whom? So you can Google and check in the world of the living, what is economic freedom?
I like the definition you gave Google. So Google is a world of believing.
Yeah. So we can check on what is there.
Yes.
What is economic freedom?
So why are you checking Google, Mr. Mawere? Why not using your own words?
No, I'm saying is instead of reinventing as if we just arrived in the space of human affairs or human existence, we know that other people may have thought about it. Then we can start from what exists.
Yeah, then we can take it from there.
And then see what other people are saying before we venture into something as if we are the first one.
So you're telling me you chose Google because I just want to understand there's a question there. Why Google, Mr. Mawere?
Yeah, the question is that it's a resource. It's like going to the Bible in the olden days. Yeah, you can choose any search engine on the internet, but Google, I just mentioned, is a brand. But what it does have is resources that are in one place. And that's a community of thoughts and what people have shared that exists in the public space. So I just chose Google, but effectively it's the World Wide Web. What is in there and how is economic freedom defined, and whether there is a shared understanding on what it is and what it is not. So you may discover that Malema's understanding of economic freedom is completely different from the next person who is also a member of the EFF. And when you follow Malema and economic freedom, which is getting closer to what you want to focus on, then it means you have now to go and unpack what Malema says or has said about economic freedom. And what is it? What it is not. So it says in Wikipedia, Economic Freedom Fighters, EFF, is a South African left-wing to far left Pan-Africanist political party. And that's a mouthful. Yeah.
Right.
So it's a left-wing Pan-African party. What is a Pan-African party? What is an African? What is Pan-African? So you may discover that there's no shared understanding.
I have a question for you. You are the vice president of Pan-Africa Business Forum. What is
Yeah.
Pan-Africa? You-
You are asking a relevant question.
Mhm.
I was just appointed as vice president. The way I understand it is you look at Africa
Mhm.
and look at the common things in terms of encouraging solidarity between the people of Africa
Mhm.
and how best they can secure a better life for all, and what are the common interests
Mhm.
that define the people of who can call themselves African, if African is used to define a certain grouping which is not perfect. You may call it European, Asian, and you call it African. But when you cross borders and look at the nature of the borders, look at what are the common interests, then you may decide that there is a case to be made of looking at Africa in as much as others who look at United States of America, look at China, look at India, and look at what are the imperatives of driving prosperity or the agenda of prosperity, whether as individual nation states or as 54 nation states, separate, sovereign. So Pan-African Business Forum is a platform to be able to test some of these ideas, interrogate them, and negotiate a shared understanding of what needs to happen to make Africa a home that is inspiring.
Mhm. And do you regard yourself as an African? Are you an African?
I regard myself as a human being who resides in the African continent as defined, but resident in South Africa. But I look at Africa as a geography, not as an identity of people.
So you're telling me you define yourself as a human being. That's number one
Yeah, yeah,
in the world. But geographically speaking, you're in South Africa and you're a
that's
South
right.
African citizen. But for you personally, you're saying, I'm just a human being in the world, in the jungle.
Wherever I am, as long as I'm alive, I'll still be me.
Mhm.
So I won't change who I am because of geography.
Mhm. Okay. Okay, right. No, that's fine. So that's the Wikipedia or the Google definition of EFF. What is your definition of EFF? Or what did Malema say? What's his definition of EFF? In
Yeah.
your own understanding, what is he saying to you? How is he defining EFF to you so far?
I'm saying I don't know what his understanding is of what economic freedom is and what you have to fight for. But from what I have read and listened to, it would appear that he believes that there are human beings in South Africa who, because of the past, have monopolized access to resources, and then the reversing of that requires a struggle for economic emancipation. So that would require fighting for economic freedom, because his understanding of the South African problem is that there is a racial element in it. So to reverse a racial advantage, you need a racial approach to leveling the playing field. So that can be best done through the agency of government. So you need government to be involved. So that's how I understand him to be saying.
And do you agree to that, Mr. Mawere, that they need to be a reversal using government as a vehicle to correct the past mistakes?
I don't share the same view, because economic freedom does not make sense to me, because freedom itself is a fundamental right given common to all. You are born with the power to make choices, and no one can force a donkey to drink water, even if you take it to the river. So you can't empower others by weakening others. You can't weaken others so that others may be strengthened in terms of the choices that they have to make. You have time, and if you organize yourself, then no government can legislate outcomes. So it's not a factory where you put someone through a factory, then ends up as SADSA from water and millimil.
Okay, but there was apartheid before. Apartheid, I don't know how they pronounce it in Afrikaner. The apartheid government. That government was a dictator. That government had oppressed black Africans, the majority, the black South Africans. That's what Julius Malema is saying, that that mistake must be corrected. No wonder why he comes up now with hashtag monopoly capital.
Yeah, so if you look at issues in terms of popularization, you are trying to interrogate the question, what is white monopoly capital? And provoke a conversation around that idea that capital can be related to race. And that if you are related to race, then you are saying as a conclusion that whites are rich as a class, as a grouping, and that the wealth or the property they have was solely as a consequence of them being white and enabled by a white government, if that is the construction. But when you dig deeper, you find the fault lines in that thinking.
But Mr. Mawere, that thinking is backed up with facts. In South Africa, right, in 1990, example, I was there, and the white Boers were dominating just because they had privilege and access than the black men. I saw it when I was young. So that's what Malema is saying, equality.
Now I'm saying there was no factory where white people entered and came out painted gold. If that factory existed, then we should go to it. Then create a new factory for blacks where they just pass through for so many hours, they come out painted gold. That's fiction. not all white people are the same. They were never created to be the same. So there is no laboratory where they pass through. And as a consequence of that, they became rich or richer. If that existed, then why does it take 26 years for blacks not to create their own laboratory? After all, for the last 26 years,
Just because the ANC failed to deliver equality, right? It doesn't make colonization did not happen. It doesn't make.
now we are talking about something else, colonization, before we finish economic freedom.
Yeah, because that's where Malema is. That's what he's saying to me here. He wants to correct colonization.
How do you correct something you never created?
But it was
You
created by
create
someone.
by what? By
Evolution.
if you shoot all white people, does it mean blacks will be rich?
Okay. I think Malema is trying to correct the history of South Africa, Mr. Moelim.
How do you correct things that have, I mean, you take milk, you throw it, and then you correct it, bring it back in the jar?
No, it's not. It's cleaning up the mess. It's trying to clean up the mess.
How do you clean something that occurred without your control?
But the mess is still there today. NC failed to do it.
Yeah, I'm saying that is the past. You have to make decisions today whether to eat or not to eat. If you decide not to eat, then the consequences are known.
Okay.
So you can't correct the past by talking about it or by imagining a present or future. The past is what it is. The present is what you have to decide on and act on. The future is what will remain after you act and decide on what you need to do. Hello?
Yeah, we're together. We are simply
So
saying.
you said, do South Africans really understand what Pan-Africanism is? I don't know who is a South African, who is not, but South Africa is diverse and is manifested by its peoples. They're Chinese, they're blacks, they're a whole combination. So I'm not sure whether there is any address where these people have ever met, can meet, to negotiate a common understanding on anything. And whether it's practical, if it's practical, how and where would that meeting take place? Then are they enlightened? I can't group them together enough to understand. Or it's just a matter of taking what Juju says literally. Because it's very difficult for human beings to group in thought and come up with one thinking. So I don't know Juju's idea and the idea that he's pushing. It's his own idea. I don't believe that anyone understands what the implications are or what it is that economic freedom he's talking about. Then Dennis says, EFF is fighting neo-colonialism, which is new form of colonialization, whereby former colonizers dominate our African economies, while the majority of indigenous are suffering. I'm not too sure what colonialism is and what former colonizers are, because the people you call colonizers, they are also human like you and me. They may have believed before that the fruits of their labor must remain reserved for themselves. But now you have a government of the people for the last 26 years. The government has been headed by blacks in the office of the president. So if you had some alternatives, 26 years, it's enough to show it. There's no one who has stopped blacks from coming together, creating their own communities, making sure that there's the system in place is fair and just to everybody. EFF's ideology is based on history. I don't even know what history it is, because most of the people have never lived in the past that is relevant for this discussion. We have just been born into a system, and in that ecosystem, we all are trying to make the best out of what is available. So I have no idea what ideology EFF is associated with, but just the idea that you can secure economic freedom by imagining it, by sloganeering on it, by using government as a vehicle, and a government manned by human beings like you and me. That idea is a bad one. Go ahead.
Yes, no, that's fine. We can now continue. We put only 50 minutes to go, so we can continue with the recorded audio.
Okay.
Yep, we only about we finish it about quarter past.
Very well, with the sitting president of the ANC, who was ultimately going to take over. So what happened to President Mbeki was a necessary action to resolve the possible contradictions which will derail, the advancement of the National Democratic Revolution. We did that. President Mbeki has accepted it, and the country managed that transition very well, and there was no blood on the floor. And we should be proud that such decisions can be put to test in a democratic South Africa, and they go through smoothly without any casualties.
I want to talk a little bit when we come back from our break, and we've already got a whole host of calls coming through wanting to speak to Julius Malema. How do I address you now? The leader of the EFF? What are you now?
Just addressed me very well. I'm Julius Malema.
Yeah, but I mean, what is your portfolio as a political animal?
No, I'm a political animal. I'm a political activist, and I don't have to have a position for me to advance the interest of our people.
Okay, my guest is political animal Julius Malema, and we are now going to be talking about the issue of land. But I want to take a break. But this is the question that I want you to be thinking about as we take a break. One of the issues that you have been raising is that there must be restitution of land without compensation. But you bought your farm. You took money out and you bought your farm. There was no restitution without compensation with yourself. The question
there is nothing.
I want you to think about that. When we come back from the break, I want to find out what your thoughts are around those people who say that Julius Malema is a hypocrite. When we come back.
When the fight starts, The windows are smashed. All the alarms sound. The corrupt fear us. The honest support us. And the heroic join us. Be one of the faceless heroes. Blow the whistle on crime. Send your anonymous to Crime Line 131111 crime9.co.za. Crime Line is a radio initiative in partnership with SAPS. SMS charge by 1 rand.
702 is turning stress-free, and we want to celebrate with you by helping those in need. 702 Birthday Wish. If you know of someone in need, tell us about them and how we can make a difference in their lives. Email birthday@702.co.za or go to 702.co.za. 702 Birthday Wish. Our birthday. Your wish.
Get more from Super Quick this winter with a buy-and-win battery deal. Fenton Wheeler battery before 6th July to get your scratch card and claim your share of 500,000 rands worth of guaranteed prizes, including the chance to drive away with the battery for free. And while you're there, check out our other deals on tires, wheels, shocks, and brakes. With more products, more deals, and more value, we've got all your fitment needs covered this winter. T's and C's apply. Super Quick.
My name is Love Morsik. I'm an executive pastry chef. Whether I'm at work or at home, using electricity wisely in the kitchen is something I take very seriously. We all know about filling up the kettle when all you need is 1 cup, right? How about using your own energy instead of electricity powered like this? Solid plate heat so you can split it off before your meal is fully cooked. It saves time to save money.
Saving electricity is something all good citizens should be doing. Lead SA.
You're listening to Talk at 9 on Talk Radio 702.
Talk Radio 702.
Your number 1 news and talk station. Call us now on
011 702.
I'm talking to Julius Malema, political animal. That's what he said. That's what he said he should be called. Former president of the ANC Youth. Do you miss being the president of the ANC Youth? Do you miss it?
It was a good experience for me. And the fact that I occupied a position that President Mandela occupied before me humbles me. Yeah. So it was a necessary, an exciting experience for me. Yeah.
Julius Malema, you're a hypocrite. You tell people that there must be restitution of land without compensation. You speak of the poor, but you wear a what watch? What kind of that watch?
I never watch.
No, man, that one that they were talking about. That Breitling watch that costs many hundreds and thousands of rands. You are a hypocrite because you talk of all of these wonderful things, but you do not walk your talk. Why did you buy a farm when you are telling people that there must be restitution without compensation? Why did you buy it?
I've never said people must not buy the farms. I'm advocating for a policy where there will be expropriation without compensation. And that policy is not yet here. So in the absence of that policy, we'll comply with what is presented before us.
Yeah, but that doesn't sound very principled. If indeed you believe in a particular principle, that policy for which you are calling now, that does not exist yet, why don't you fight for the existence of that policy so that you can actually be the manifestation of that, rather than enjoy what many people say are the creature comforts of capitalism, which you, on one level, criticize, but enjoy the comforts of?
You can't say that because of the capitalist condition, you are not prepared to live in South Africa. We live under those conditions while fighting capitalism for a better society.
But you're a capitalist?
I mean, what is your definition of capitalism?
Somebody who has excess money and invested into a particular business to make a profit. You do that.
That's a wrong definition.
Tell me what is capitalism.
Let's open a dictionary. It will tell you that a capitalist is a person who owns the means of production. I do not own the means of production. At that time, when I had a house in Sandton, I was credit worthy.
Yeah.
So the people who are credit worthy are not capitalists.
Well, but if you have credit,
yes.
I mean, let's have a quick discussion around that. If you have credit that gives you access to certain funds, even if you do not have the means of production, you have the means to mobilize those means of production.
No, you don't have a means to mobilize.
Wait.
Yeah.
You, for example, as creditworthy as you were, had the means to mobilize those people at on point, it is alleged, to be able to get certain business, and out of those businesses you benefited. What would you say to them?
No, I mean, you're introducing a new subject. I thought we were still dealing with definition of capitalism.
Okay.
Which you got very wrong, and you must accept you are wrong because we do not own a means of production.
Yeah.
When you are credit worthy, you don't have means to capitalism, you have means to survival. And I became credit worthy because I had a particular salary, and the house in Sandton was financed by a particular bank, the same with the house in Polokwane. With regard to On Point, the allegation of influence, which we're confronted with now in the court of law, have come, and they must be put to test because they remain allegations. They were never tested. And we feel very strong that those were concocted allegations by those who disagree with us politically, and they use the state institutions to settle political differences.
So at this stage, you think that this is an issue just of political witch hunting as far as you're concerned?
When I got arrested, Jiba, the acting head of the NPA, was in a meeting in Cape Town with ministers. It was during that time of Marikana, as other people forget easy. They said, we need to find a way of nailing him down. And they used that issue to nail me down, and they thought they will silence me with an arrest. The only thing that can silence me is death. Arrest will never silence me.
Why do they want to silence you?
Because they disagree with my political views and they can't engage them. The masses of our people are agreeing that this is the direction we need to take. And instead of engaging with us at the same level politically and win the ground through political engagement, they resort to monkey tricks and abuse of state institution and judicial processes.
Who's they?
Those who are in power, led by President Zuma, who are scared that our continued participation in politics will undermine their authority through winning of the masses on our side.
There is a general, I don't know if you'll agree with me, Juju, that there is a general nostalgia for President Thabo Mbeki that is prevalent at the moment in the country. Would you agree that that is true?
I mean, President Mbeki is a special kind. He's not a mediocre. He's an intellectual par excellence, and he's a revolutionary and a son of the soil. And that's why...
but which you helped to oust, though, eh?
Come again?
Which you helped to oust. Yeah. That son of the soil which you helped to oust.
He had finished his 2 terms.
Okay.
He had finished his 2 terms.
Yeah.
As president of the ANC, we did not support him because we thought 3rd term is a clear direction to dictatorship, because once he get the 3rd term in the ANC, he will then amend the constitution of the country and get the 3rd term in the country, and we had to avoid that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't take away the fact that he's one of the best. You disagree with a person on one point, but it doesn't mean you disagree with him on all the points. We agree with him on African Renaissance, we agreed with him on NEPAD. Actually, we're expelled in the ANC for saying African agenda died the day we said President Mbeki must go, because our principal doesn't even understand what is an African agenda, Hence, he surrendered brother leader Gaddafi to the imperialist forces.
I want to talk about those policies that the powers that be, including, as you say, Jacob Zuma, the president of the Republic of South Africa, is behind the subversion of Julius Malema. I want to talk about those policies, and then we start to take the calls. Remember the numbers to dial: 011-883-0702 or 021-446-0567. My guest this evening is Julius Sello Malema. Hey, how is Ratanang?
Ratanang is doing very
and
well.
Magogo?
She's doing very well.
I'm very happy to hear that.
85 years, doing very well.
Let's take a break. I believe there's some... No? Oh, yes. That's what I wanted to do. I believe there's some news coming through.
Eyewitness News. Breaking news.
Good evening. I'm Zota Mukwena with this breaking news story. The presidency has issued a statement saying former President Nelson Mandela is in a critical condition. President Jacob Zuma and ANC Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa visited Madiba Hospital and received an update from his doctors that his condition has deteriorated in the past 24 hours. The ANC says they are aware of Madiba's condition and join the presidency in calling upon all South Africans to keep Madiba, his family, and his medical team in our thoughts and prayers during this trying time. We will have more on this breaking news story as any new details become available.
It is 10:30. My guest this evening is Julius Sello Malema. He is with me in studio. I want to talk about some of those policies that some of your, political enemies, as I suppose you are suggesting, are against you for. What are those political positions?
Expropriation of land without compensation, nationalization of the mines in South Africa, beneficiation and industrialization, quality free education to all those who are deserving, irrespective of their color or their background, and clear programs on how we are going to create employment, fight poverty, and reduce the inequality. And the most important one, bringing back the dignity of the Black African majority against the white supremacy.
Are you a racist?
That is a far-fetched, observation, because advocating for dignity of the African masses should not put a person at the level of those who are racist. The fellow white South Africans have got a right to coexist with African masses in this country, but they should behave in a manner that reassures the African majority who were the oppressed that they regret the events of the past and they are more than willing to reconcile and ensure that there is justice, for those who were oppressed. Arrogance by those who benefited from apartheid is not going to help us build a united South Africa.
What would the nature of that kind of non-arrogant behavior look like? What would it actually...
Let our people have access to land. Let our people have access to mineral resources. Let our people have to quality, services. And even, at work, our people should be respected and should not be treated as if they are second-hand, citizens. Their rights should be respected. They should be treated as human beings. And those who act in a manner that seeks to undermine the Black majority should be subjected to harsh, treatment in South Africa, because that type of conduct will not be tolerated.
Is it possible for Black people to be racist?
They do not have the capacity to be, because of the economic relations between them and those who benefited from apartheid. Even if they had wished to, they are not in a position economically to be racist.
The issue of land and the resources or the mines, for example. Let's start off with the mines, the nationalization of the mines. I'm told that in the Mining Act, it is stipulated that the resources that are in the land are in the custodian of, or are the custodian of the state.
Yeah.
Wouldn't somebody argue and say that the reason why there has not been a proper flow of the benefits that come from the mine is because of the indecisiveness of government, of the governing party of the ANC, which you are part of, would somebody also not argue that the reason why there has not been a proper redistribution of land as taken away from the black people of this country by the 1913 Land Act is because of the indecisiveness of the ANC government, which you are a part of? What would you say to those questions?
I agree. I mean, I couldn't have said it better. I mean, you articulated it very well. Lack of political will, because people are scared of white males who are controlling the economy of South Africa, has led to the situation we find ourselves in. We do not have decisive leadership, which is more than willing to change, those conditions. The land issue, the economic issue, I raised in the ANC. I'm not speaking about it today because I'm outside the ANC. I've become unpopular with leaders of the ANC because I articulated those issues in the ANC and not on the corridors. I raised them in the very important meetings of the ANC on how we're resolving the issue.
Has the ANC
land.
failed?
They dismally failed on the land and on the issue of changing the patterns of ownership in South Africa. They've done very well with delivering matchboxes and delivering services that are not even sustainable, which are, of a third-hand service, the services to our ordinary people in the villages, townships, and everywhere else, because what our people receive in townships, in the squatter camps, and in the villages are not of the same quality with those who stay in the suburbs.
I'm going to talk to you in a moment because we've got to start to take calls, but I'm going to take your thoughts as to why the ANC has been indecisive, even in the face of the admonitions of the Julius Malemas while they were still a part of the ANC. But let's start to take the calls when we come back.
Talk Radio.
Talk Radio 702, your number one news and talk station. Call us now on 011 883 0702.
You can join the conversation.
Talk Radio 702 and 567 Cape Talk. Authentic, robust discussion. My guest is Julius Sello Malema. Let's go to the lines and let me speak to Sizwe in Pretoria. Good evening to you, Sizwe.
Aubrey, how are you?
Hey, Tarame Auti, how are you?
Okay, Juju.
Yeah, my brother.
How are you?
Very well.
I miss you so much. I'm glad that you are back again. And this time around, it's for real.
Thank you.
I'm so happy that those people who tried to distract you did not win. Because we, the people of South Africa, we the voters are the one who got more power. So what has happened to the National Party when they thought that nobody will vote them out? We came, we voted them out. And the very same thing will happen to the leadership of the ANC with their arrogancy if they continue in the manner which they are doing. And we are glad because now we have a party that we are waiting to vote for, the EFF. And we are security guards. And we are in our millions and millions. And nobody is taking care of us. The only time when they remember that security guards are people and are part of South Africa, that's when they come knocking at our shacks, looking for us to come and compete so that they can get some votes. So we want to vote again. That's for sure.
Sizwe in Pretoria, thank you very much for your call. Philip in Durban, hi.
Hi, Brother Malema, and you, sir. How are you?
Yebo, Baba.
Yes. Now, quickly, I want to raise a suggestion. EFF is a breakaway of the ANC, and I'm sure that you are still ANC, because those who claim to be ANC raising a false flag have diverted a big time. South Africa first, these are former soldiers of Mkhonto who broke away from this chaos of Zuma. We broke away a long time as Congress of the People. As coping was in Natal, we raised the question to say, can we get all freedom charter believers together? If you can do that, I think it will send a clear signal and a clear, strong message to our people in South Africa that there must be a commitment, a renewed commitment and determination to actually then do away with this false flag of ANC and get a party that will be committed to change. Thank you very much.
Philip in Durban, please Mark that one, Juju. The call for an amalgamation of all of those organizations that believe in the Freedom Charter. But I've got to just throw this one in. You know that there are people that say that the Freedom Charter was not actually an ANC document, that it was a document that was inspired by certain people, the Joe Slovos and so forth.
No. The Freedom Charter is not an ANC document. It's a people's document adopted in 1955. The ANC had to hold a special meeting in 1956 to adopt it as its policy. So since then, it became the policy of the ANC, but it was a direct product of the people, mobilized Congress of the People, mobilized by the volunteer-in-chief, President Nelson Mandela.
Will you, in the process of believing in the document of the Congress of the People, the Freedom Charter, be willing to talk to organizations such as COPE?
We're talking to everybody.
Okay.
ANC, non-ANC, all people who want the real change in South Africa. They belong to us and we belong to them.
Let's talk to Mimi in Van der Bijl Park. Hi, Mimi.
Hi. Good evening to you.
Good evening to you.
It's really just to say thank you to Julius for being able and willing to actually take up this cause in getting the nation to realize exactly what we are needing as a country. And you have our support, Juju.
Thank you.
And we will support you all the way.
Thank you very much.
Mimi in Van der Bijl Park supporting Juju's Katele in Midrand. Hi.
Yeah, Juju, how are you?
Fine, how are you, my brother?
I'm fine, man. Hey, speaking to Skatele, what I'm saying is that continue. Your party is my party, and Aubrey is going to be part of that party. You will be the Secretary General of that party.
Nice one.
I'll talk to you.
Okay.
That French Mambo from Pushback Ridge is nonsense. You know what, my brother leader?
Yeah.
Continue. We are behind you.
Skatele in Midrand is behind Juju and is suggesting that Aubrey must be the General Secretary of EFF. But you'd have a problem. Let me tell you why you'd have a problem with people like me, Juju.
Yeah.
You'd have a problem in the sense that I believe very strongly that there must be people who are critical of people such as yourself.
I have no problem.
And would you be happy with people who are vocal like me, who say, no, I think you are a hypocrite?
Let me tell you, I'm going to defend your right to disagree with me.
Come on now. All right, let's speak very quickly to Sipo in Observatory. Hi, Sipo.
I'm all right, and you?
Good, thanks. Go ahead.
Yes, I need to ask Juju, since he's been expelled from the ANC, has he been like Jacob Zuma or hate him? And again, since here today, the party is going to open by him, or I don't know if the party or what, but to me it seems like a party. And again, I need to know from him to explain. He bought a house and a plus, and now they sold out. So what I need to know, since he worked for ANC, how much money he was earning to afford all these things we hear now to say he was owning and now they're selling them. So, and again, he talks about Thabo Mbeki and Jacob Zuma to say Thabo Mbeki he was going to have a third term, but they see that he cannot, and then they decided to put Zuma. And he was leading to put Zuma there. And now, when did he think that Zuma can, or when, what is the conflict between him and Jacob Zuma? So I will hear from my radio.
Sipo, thanks very much for your call. Let's take some more, so many calls. So I'm taking them one behind the other. I'm hoping you're taking some notes there, Juju. Let me speak very quickly to Patrick in Silverton. Hi, Patrick.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, thanks.
How's it been?
Yeah, my brother.
I'm good, man. Okay, Juju, I'll be quick and short. Firstly, the first question I want to ask is about the open letter that was returned to you by Tamika Plus.
Sure.
What is your view about it? And secondly, Are you still with me?
Yeah, we are with you. Go ahead, Patrick.
Okay, cool. And secondly, Juju, my word about you, okay, I've been following you all along. It's your temper. I believe you got a temper issue, Eddie. When we talk about leaders, most in this Africa, we need quality leaders, people that we're going to relate ourselves to them. The issue that came previously about you being in court, okay, assaulting what, I was not there. But since I've been following you, I've seen like you are kind of a person who's got this kind of a short temper. And then for a leader, someone that you will look upon it. Those are kind of the things that I think you should one of the things that you should also work on.
Patrick, thanks very much. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Quickly.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you right? Thanks, Patrick. Thank you very much for that call. Yeah, Barowena, you slap people, Juju. I read somewhere that you were DJing somewhere and you were slapping people. I mean, what kind of a leader is that?
No, I mean, I wouldn't do that.
You didn't do that.
I wouldn't do that. Yeah. But, when you are an easy identifiable person.
Yeah.
And you are found in that compromised situation, they will identify you so that they can get the real, culprits. And that's what happened in this case.
So as bras, just between me and you, would you slap somebody who
Barry's can tell, like, or I can get chance. Barry can attend fast.
Very, very fast.
And I don't need anybody to protect me because when I'm in any space, I don't play in anybody's space. If I come here, I sit in my corner. I don't tamper with anybody's.
Juju is near Galagoon. All right, let's take some more calls. Ntlantla in Guamashu. Hi.
Hi, Opre, how are you?
I'm well, Ntlantla. I'm very well. Go ahead.
Yes. Hi, Comrade Julius. How are you?
Bob.
Sure. Thanks, Chuchu. In fact, I would like to join Comrade Philip. He's my secretary in KZN of COPE, and I work with him very closely. And I admire the way you are improving in the politics and the way you handle debates. And I was watching you on Justice Sector Show on E-News.
Thank you.
I think you handled that very well, and I like it. And in fact, I'm not a theoretician. And I'm not a politician, I'm a worker.
Yes.
Here, in fact, we have started to try and network with some of the comrades trying to get hold of you, and they've not been assisting us because we want you, when you come to KwaZulu-Natal, although we are COPE, but you are going to make sure that you get a proper forum where you are going to address issues and you will be able to interact with some of the members, whether of COPE or of the ANC, because we believe in the ANC of Oliver Tambo, Thabo Mbeki, and Nelson Mandela. We believe in the ANC, not this ANC. And as COPE, we have already said a long time ago.
I think you've made your point, my brother. Thanks very much for your call. Christopher in Pretoria, hi.
Hi, how's it, man?
Very good, thanks.
I'm well. Julius.
My brother.
Are you well?
I'm okay, my chief.
My man, I like you. I like you very much. But then all I just want to say is that you're very young and you are very experienced at your age. You're probably my age, 3 years older or something. We do need you, but the problem, however, is the good word. The consistency, Julius Malema, as much as Dad said with your leadership style and everything and all that. But I know it takes a lot. But then I'm listening over the radio and I hear you guys don't really have time, so I don't really want to waste.
Thanks very much.
Our time, yeah. Now, Juju, just what I want to do is regarding your new political forum or party, I'd love to be in contact. I've been trying to get, in contact with you for like 3 years or something, and then, with no avail. Last time you sent me a tweet back and told me I need to speak to Ronald. You were still with the youth league and so on. I'd like to sit down with you and share ideologies and see how we can take this country forward, because it's in our hands now as the youth. We can't just sit and complain or wait for other people to come in and do that. I'd like to get in contact with you. I don't know how do I do that, Juju.
Okay.
Yeah.
You'll probably give us a way of getting in contact with you later on. He will do that, Christopher. Thanks very much. I do seriously want us to talk a little bit about...
I've got a lot of questions.
And you've got lots of callers too, Juju. Lots and lots and lots of callers. And I'm worried that we might not even get around to many of them. But I do seriously, Juju, want to talk about the fact that at some point, you were considered an abrasive, bellicose, rude young man. It was raised also by one of the callers here to say that even as much as we might have agreed with Juju's message, the way that he carried his message out was absolutely unacceptable by many.
And I accept that criticism. It comes with being in the youth league and with being young and entering the politics of elders now. That type of conduct it can't be acceptable, and you can't justify it. You can't say I'm youth, and if you are youth, go and play with the youth. So the space we're entering requires some level of maturity and to deal with the issues of short temper. And I've accepted that criticism.
Did you go to that anger management course?
I will never go to those things. My anger is not a personal anger. It's a revolutionary anger of the land and the wealth of this country being in the hands of the few. But it has got nothing to do with anger management. It's an anger that all African masses have. They are very angry for having been denied opportunities for quite some time. So it needs to be contextualized. It must never be, simplified like Urel and Gwede wanted to simplify it. It's not a personal issue. In my personal space, I'm a jolly person.
No, I see that.
And
I can testify to that. Let's take some more calls as far as that is concerned. All right, let's take some more calls because they are coming in thick and fast. Busiso and Davidton, hi.
Hi, good evening, and how are you?
Very good, thank you, Busiso. Go ahead.
Good, how's it, Juju?
All right, my brother.
Yes, Juju. You know what, my brother? Especially here in Iguruleni, we are patiently waiting for that new party to come to life because we are really going to vote for you because you speak our language. And issue number two, what I'm asking you, my brother, whenever we start with our journey, I will ask you to drop Zuma's name.
Yes.
Don't mention it anymore because maybe that might be looked to be personally to somebody like Mr. Zuma. So we just want you to focus on the bigger picture.
Busiso,
we want to assure you, my brother, we are with you all the way.
Busiso in Davidton, thanks very much for your call. I do also very quickly want to touch on the issue of tribalism. I know that Thabo Mbeki did touch on that. Tribalism within the party, the whole issue of land, the fact that the 1913 Land Act has been, or the cutoff date of the 1913 Land Act is being talked about at the moment to say that even land that was dispossessed of people before 1913. Question I'm going to ask you, Juju, is who becomes the custodian of that land? I've asked the question yesterday to Xolela Mangu to say that if, for example, the Tswanas who were dispossessed by the Ndebele when they were running away from the Zulus, can they cry for that land from the Ndebele? But we'll answer that question just now. Let's talk to Kosa in Centurion. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, thanks, Kosa. Go ahead.
I'm good. Hi, Juju, how are you?
Fine, how are you, my brother?
I'm good. Look, we're behind you 100%. I think most of us, we are tired of policies and regulations which are not transforming this country. And I don't think, I don't want 20 years down the line, my kids ask me and say, what did you do? Why didn't transform South Africa? And I think this is the right platform, to transform this country. So we're behind you 100%. And please don't disappoint us. We have to launch EFF. We're behind you.
Kosa in Centurion, Mpumelelo in Emalahleni. Hi.
Aubrey, good evening, and the one, my lord, over there in the studio.
My brother.
Go ahead.
My leader, I want to thank you, first of all, for inspiring hope amongst the masses of our people again. Our people are revived. We're talking to them. They are all, even the callers, I think, will bear testimony. There's not even been one caller that has been negative about this forum. So we are there. I've been in contact with Comrade Floyd, and we are speaking. We are going forward. Your people are saying lead us.
Mpumelelo Emalahleni, thank you very much. Andre in Wellington.
Yes, good evening. Good evening, Cape Talk. Thank you for taking my call. Good evening, Julius.
Go for
Good
it.
evening.
Yes, Julius, first of all, let me say something. I appreciate very much the actual government control of national property. That's one thing. But my question is, Julius, please tell me, how do you explain your sudden wealth and riches? Where did that come from?
All right, Andre, thanks very much for that question. I'm seeing I've got to let Juju now answer all of these questions. Thanks very much for your question. Juju, answer these questions. I'm so sorry, so many calls coming through, and we just don't have enough time.
You
Please,
know,
where did you get your money from?
My wealth came from my engagement in business, and also from being credit worthy and getting the bonds and the loans from financial institutions which were registered, and comrades coming for me in different ways to ensure that whatever weaknesses which is there financially is not exposed. The other issue I want to deal with is the young black professionals. Those young black professionals are highly demoralized. They are being undermined by their fellow white South Africans. A person gets a job today, and then you are assigned to train that person. In the next 6 months, that person becomes your boss. And that's a reality our young professionals are confronted with. And we need to ensure that we bring back their confidence and the benefit from the system. Graduates of universities in the financial sector, degree, the first job they do for the next 5 years is either to be a teller or to work at the a financial institution service center or a call center to receive calls. That should come to an end. We should ensure that the black majority, particularly those who've got the necessary qualifications, they get recognition and they are respected. Tribalism is a big problem in the ANC. I think they will be stuck with it for quite some time because from the look of things, it will continue like that for the next 20 years. You'll have to come to a particular province and from a particular tribe for you to get a recognition. I accept the criticism that we shouldn't, be obsessed with President Zuma. I've said I don't have a problem with President Zuma personally. I met President Zuma when I was 20 years. I was a president of COSAS, and there was a president of SASCOS, Piwe Zuma, with me. We went to his house, now called the OR Tambo House in Pretoria. And what attracted me to him was the fact that his kids could just walk to him and ask him for money to go to the movies, and he will stand up and go and look for that money without sending them to help us and all that. And a leader in that, at that time he was a deputy president, a leader in that position, making time to service his own family and the kids and all that, it was very positive for me. And since then, I respected him. I do not agree with the leadership style and will time and again criticize that leadership style. The story that we must not criticize President Zuma and the ANC comes from the ANC because they don't want to be criticized. They say, no, don't talk about us, talk about your policies. But when the ANC was fighting apartheid regime, they spoke about apartheid. They spoke about Verwoerd. Many people know the name Verwoerd. They've never met Verwoerd, but they had that name in the ANC. But today, because they don't want to be attacked, they say, no, don't talk about us. Let's leave the personal stuff and, exchange of personal insult, especially to an old man like President Zuma.
Are you sorry about that?
If I've done that in the past, I want to apologize to him and to his family. It might have come out of frustrations that one had confronted at that time. But I've reached a point where I say, he's an old man, he deserves to be respected. He's a veteran of our revolution who has taken a wrong direction. He needs to be respected. But to criticize him and his leadership style without reducing that to personalities and becoming personal, that you'll never hear, from me moving forward. And those who are looking for my contacts, the EFF will launch the website very soon. There will be contacts of the EFF where contact can be made, where forms will be available, including outlining the events that will be coming to our areas, so that you can easily, avail yourself. And so the temper issue, I agree. We don't need leaders with short tempers. Leaders must know that they will always be provoked. And in the eyes of provocation, they need to show leadership. They must rise above and ensure that they actually expose that provocation so that it goes back to those who are trying to humiliate leadership. The last point is the open letter of Kapulagi. I've responded to it. Kapulagi is giving an advice to a wrong person. He says, don't leave the movement. I'm not leaving the movement. I was expelled by the movement. Thank you very much.
Julius Malema joining me this evening. Thank you so much, sir, for coming through.
Thank you.
And taking the questions as robustly as you have. And I think that you are dealing very well with your temper issue. I'm very, very impressed. Thank you very much for joining me. It's 11 o'clock time for I Would
You're looking so good right now. Yeah, we hooked up, but on the low. You wanna take it fast? I wanna go slow.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Yeah.
Mr. Mawere.
Yeah.
How are you?
How are you?
I'm very happy to be speaking to you again. Very, very interesting. I always enjoy listening to Malema. Did you see my question?
No, I'm just going to remember what is the question?
My question, I will read it again, was who do we have who resembles the same bravery, if it's bravery, in Zimbabwe as Julius Malema?
It's a big question.
Well, in your opinion.
No, I'm saying is there is not we. Where are you? Are you in Zimbabwe?
I'm a Zimbabwean, but I'm asking, from your eyes, and as Zimbabweans, because we're all abroad, you are abroad and so am I, who do we see in Zimbabwe who resembles, whether it's bravery or foolishness? I would like to think it's bravery. Who can you see that is someone that can come up, speak, and challenge and not care about consequences?
I don't know whether it's a fair question, but if you look at Malema, what he has said so far, and what he purports to stand for, do you understand what he is saying? And whether that is the direction you think should be taken. Then you look at the Zimbabwe situation and what can be done and what is within your control. What are the issues? Are we discussing those issues? Before this show started, Nkwama Simba called me. He said, no, I want to talk to the issues that Malema is talking about. One issue is economic freedom. What is economic freedom? How best can it be won?
What is economic freedom to you, Mr. Mawere?
It's a nonsense. The freedom itself is a gift of nature, because freedom is liberty. It is one of the rights that cannot be taken away from anyone. It's neither given nor can it be taken away. You can limit it, but as long as you are alive, you have the right to choose, to decide.
I don't know.
And
I'm not sure about that one, Mr. Mawere. That one is a bit complicated the way you've explained it.
no, I'm thinking that's what the other side is. There are people we can have that. That was to provoke that debate. So you will have your own views on what economic freedom is. Then I can articulate my own views without us playing each other, but playing ideas. So the idea of economic freedom must be founded on some.
Sorry, are you now talking in your own experience and what you think? Just so I'm aware as we are going
I'm
on.
just giving you my personal thinking and what I've learned from others who were thinkers on this issue of economic freedom. And there are philosophers, there are practitioners who were founding actors in building a new nation state. So if you look at freedom itself, like you, I would assume that for you to be who you are, you have made choices that have and acted on your choices as a person. And there's nothing that I can do to substitute you or to give you something you already don't have.
But my choices were made not because I was in a position to choose what I would like. I was put in a position where I now had to make a choice which I was not happy with, but because I felt I had no liberty to be able to make a choice other than the one I made.
Yeah, that may well be the case. In fact, we have a group, a WhatsApp group, where mentorship is one of the key issues that we have been talking about. What is mentorship? So this morning, one of the members of that group, I said, why are we talking in a WhatsApp group? Let's go to the public arena to talk about this idea. So I gave you this story. This story was one of the wealthiest person in America was confronted by a young man who was who wanted capital to start a business, did not have anyone else to give him that support. So he took an opportunity when he saw this wealthy guy and said, Mr. X, my name is so-and-so. I need your support to give me the seed capital to start my business. So this guy looked at him and he says, I don't do money. And he sort of walked, then he paused and came back and said, I will do more than money for you. And the young man was so excited. He says, okay, we'll meet tomorrow at 10 o'clock at the New York Stock Exchange. So obviously the young man was confused. What could be better than money? He had his own ideas of how to use the money. All he needed was money. And convert into materials, into services. So he couldn't sleep, obviously. In the morning, 10 o'clock, he was already there waiting for the big. So he says, okay, chap, we are going into the trading floor. Pretend we know each other. So they walk slowly. Obviously, the wealthy men attracted attention of the traders. And the question was, who is this young man who is now walking with the giant? Nobody knew whether it was son or nephew or whatever. So they finished Then he said, good luck, chap. Then he left.
And he left him there.
Yeah, he left him there.
Deep end.
Yeah, so years later,
Mm.
obviously, this man had done very well. So he saw this man at a reception and he rushed excited that this man remembered him.
Mm-hmm. Who's this one now? Which one?
The wealthy guy, the young man had now done very well.
Mm.
So he went to the guy to thank him, to say, do you remember me? I'm that young man. He said, oh, I don't remember.
Mm.
You said you do more than money, so he kind of remembered. Then he says, what can I do for you? He says, no, I've been looking for you all these years. I just wanted to thank you and pay you back for what you did for me.
Mm.
He says, I didn't do anything for you. He says, no, I've made a lot of money and I wanted to pay back and just to thank you for helping me. He says, I never helped you. And everything that you have done yourself.
Mm.
And the fact that you didn't meet me all these years, it means you are everything. Every cent you made is yours. If you have to give it up or give it to anyone, please give it to somebody. Pay forward. Don't pay me. You don't owe me anything.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, what is the moral of the story?
The moral of the story sounds as if it's one of going back in biblical times, where instead of giving someone fish, teach them how to fish.
No, he said, and I never taught him anything. All I did is I walked with him and he was pretending to know me and I left. The rest, I don't know. I have no constructive memory of what he did to be who he is. At no stage did he ask me for advice.
So what happened was, Mr. Moede, this man asked for money to start his business. Just to cut a long story short, he asked this man for money to start a business because he was a wealthy man. And instead, the man took him to a place where he knew that if he left him there, if he really was serious about what he wanted to do, he left him, and that man was able to then make communications, learn from people in that space where he was left.
But he said, I wasn't there. I left you there, young man. And everything you have done, the credit is to you. I never set you there with any promise. Yeah. So take heed of that you have done that property you created yourself. I was just an instrument of God, an instrument of nature. But you have pulled your socks. There are many people I have opened. I thought I'd opened doors for them. Only to come back to say, what do I do?
Okay, Mr. Mawere, this leads me on to my next question. I don't want you to feel like you have been put in a corner, because I know you can always find your way out of a room with no doors. Taking this situation of the example you've given us, I would like you to help me into doing something that I would like to do to help Zimbabweans. However, I do not have the connections or the finance to put myself in the position where I am able to continue or to even start up what I would like to do, which would help Zimbabweans who are not well off.
But
children of Zimbabweans that are not well off. So I would like to propose to you that can we discuss this, and hopefully you can do the same for me as that man did
No,
for that young person.
I'm just giving you like a story.
And
for
I'm
you.
now putting this towards you because
No, I'm saying is for you to understand that this man did not do anything more than what the person did for himself.
But you know what he did? He put him in a room with people who were of the level or the place where he wanted to be, and people who he could learn from and speak.
That's what I'm saying. Just reflect on it.
That's what I'm putting towards you.
I'm saying is you are departing from what happened so that we understand what change is. And
I
and
understood
then,
how that situation happened.
I don't think we have a shared understanding.
Saka, now you don't want to do the same as that wealthy man.
Once we have a shared understanding, then we can all agree or negotiate agreement of what exactly took place. Then it may help answer the question that you are. What happened is that
from my understanding, yes, this man asked for money, and what the other man did was to say, you know what, I'm not just going to give you money. I'm going to put you in a place where if you have the mentality, if this is what you really want to do, I'm going to leave you in this room with these people with all the knowledge. He left him in a room. Let me finish. He left him in a room with
he left him outside the room. He walked with him in the room and left him on his own.
He left him on his own with those people.
And from that time, he had no memory, no knowledge of what happened.
No, Mr. Moore, okay, so let's take this step by step. He left him there. He took him and left him there. And now, because this young man, or I don't know if he was young or not, had things that he was passionate about. So it didn't matter that, there was no money, but he was put in a position where he could learn and know which routes to take.
No, that's what I'm saying. You are misunderstanding. He never left him. He never promised him anything. All he said, I'll do more than money. And the young man was left there, goodbye, gone. It's like a movie.
That's what I mean. He didn't give him money. He didn't do anything, but he left him in that situation where he knew that he was amongst people, that if this is what this young man really wants to do, he is now going to navigate himself around these people.
No, I'm saying you are taking one step further. I'm saying he had no access to the exchange. He brought him in and took him out and left him on the street.
Okay, Mr. Mawere, how about we do this, right? I am now saying I've done some research on you, and I am aware of the kind of connections you have and the kind of people that you would know. I am looking to do something in Zimbabwe that could benefit less privileged children in Zimbabwe, in some areas of Zimbabwe, such as Shutungwiza.
You are not giving me a chance to learn.
Let me finish. Mr. Mawere, I'm trying to get away from this now, eh?
No, I'm not trying. I'm trying to make you not just I'm talking about the mentorship.
No, but Mr. Mawere, let me finish what I'm saying.
Imagine I got 20,000 people.
But let me finish what I'm going to say, and then you can say to me, listen,
I want to answer the question of Malema, and then you are.
All right, ngatimboenda ipapo petapinda apa because petabva tisvisvika apa mani ngopitaurawo nyaya iyoyo.
I was trying to get back. You asked me a question.
Mr. Mawere, munenge makunzvenga nyaya.
Then I don't know what.
Okay, okay, ndachingoti from the situation yemandiudza the example you gave me of this man akasina chinhu akatsvaga mari akanzi aiwa ina handikupa mari but ndibasangane nemangwana na10 wasangana mukomana haana kana kurara kana murume haana kurara achifunga kuti mangwana na10 chanda takamira sei, because this person had some ideas musoro make, but maybe the reason why he couldn't put his ideas into fruition is because one, aifunga kuti noda mari and he needs money. This man then took him to a place and did not give him money, but I'm now looking into it that okay, it wasn't about money, but the knowledge that he would gain from anybody in that room and then use that to benefit and so now I'm putting towards you the same example.
No, it's not the same example. You are repeating. It's not the same. I'm saying is this guy never gave him yet no.
Alright, sakana marambe zvemani ngokutaura iwo nyaya yangu ndinoda kutaura oti Mr. Mawereka, ndino zvinhu zvendinoda kuita kuZimbabwe newana wekuZimbabwe wari less privileged. Imimi ndakaona kuti you've got a lot of contacts, munozwa vanhu vakawanda, muno experience akawanda, muno ma-resources akasiyana siyana, not necessarily money that I'm looking for. Is there any way ndingataura nemi about how you can support me in trying to bring this idea into fruition? It does not need to have money.
I was going to go to Kote local instead of looking at the individual. Because when you introduce somebody, if this guy had introduced anyone to any of the stockbrokers and say, please help this young man, it would be an instruction. What he didn't want to do is to leave any impression that he was partly involved with this young man. He didn't know this young man.
And you can do the very same thing with me and not make it seem like you are putting me in front of you.
The difference is that this story was about a person picking up that in life, if you want to associate, you have to build your own exchange, your own community first.
But he was put in a position where he was then able to do it after speaking to
I'm saying this young man was not a member of the exchange. He had no access. But he left him outside the exchange. So what then happened? This guy was not involved at all. So if, let's say you and me, which is what Mkwama Simba has been talking about, building a community where you don't introduce somebody to anybody, but because you are doing something together, it gives access to others. That's the moral of the story. That mentorship is about somebody being able to associate with somebody they look up to without anything else. And now we live in a better civilization where there is digital.
Mr. Mawere, can I just interject? Sorry, you interject. Do you remember a few weeks ago, you had this young lady who was the daughter of a delegate from South Africa, a famous delegate who's done a lot in South Africa.
Yeah, the envoy.
And you had the daughter online.
Yeah.
You got Masimba in contact with with the daughter and said you'd pass numbers so they could then talk about what he wants to do and what his vision is, etc. So what is different from what I'm saying to you to what you did?
That's why I said the number never exchanged hands, you know that.
Mr. Mawere, it looks like you're ducking and diving, Panaba.
No, I'm just telling you the truth. I told Mkwama Zimba, you know what you were saying there. Mkwama Zimba, utaura nemwana anemai wakanditi wakutoita fresh ndoda kuita award ndoda kudini ngauye kubhuku rebenzi
So
already you're on the wrong track.
But I will say this though, What you did do, even if you did not exchange numbers, is you made it possible for them to communicate
But that's what
together
I'm saying.
on your platform. You see?
No, that's why I said to Mkwamba, let's focus on building a community. You can bring anyone first. Do your foundation. How do I know you? If I know you, then I have to have the context. With Mkwamba Simba, tine buku rebenzi, rokuita lessons like these things that I've given you. Analyzing it, we may end up with different conclusions. But if you are not flexible, you come up with your own requirements instead of just sharing lessons. Then from there, once we share the lessons, it will then inform what needs to happen so that more people can benefit. Because if I come on air and I respond to Mkwama Simba, next one comes. But inini makapam namba kuna Mkwama Simba, what about me? Then my life ends up being imprisoned by being a pimp.
No. That's not it, right? That's not where we want you to be. So
no, I'm saying the reality. If you look at my inbox, I got more than 50,000 messages that I'm afraid to open.
Okay, fair enough.
So the moment I open it, then I have to respond, and I have to respond to each one. But the person who is doing that does not have an understanding that I'm also human with 24 hours.
Okay, so when you speak about C2C, which means what again? Remind me, please.
Converting connections to community so that when you go there, you say, I am part of this community.
You are a big part of this community that
No, I'm just an ordinary member because of that.
But you are the founder.
You can then write and say you are the member of C2C. Even without my knowledge.
You are the founder.
No, it's irrelevant. No, that's what I'm saying. It's irrelevant. But if you say we are associated anyway, if you say you are a person who knows me, who know that I'm just an ordinary person in C2C.
And
who is the moment you write a letter to them to say, I need support. This is our initiative, build community power. We need to have a sense of community. You know what this same gentleman said about a club in New York? The architects came to him to say, you know, this club that you want us to build, it will cost X amount of money. And it's too expensive. He says, F the expense. Because this club is more important than money. Because when we are together, it means as a banker, I have an easier access to clients than when I go home for dinner. If somebody comes from Asia and they come to New York, they come and stay at the club, not in a hotel. And when we have dinner in the same dining room, they could be the answer to what they are looking for. So I don't have to travel. I just book.
Mr. Mohamed, you know what I've realized about you? You're very good at escaping questions that can just be answered straight up with a straight answer. You go into, normally I like the fact that you are very patient. You explain yourself fully, but then sometimes, like now, when you're asked the question, you go in a roundabout way and bring something else.
But I'm not doing it just for you. No, I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for others who approach me daily with their personal problems.
Okay.
So that
fair enough.
They come to my inbox, and if they see that the blue ticks, they know I've read the message.
Hey, Obviously.
And then the next thing is that our party.
Yeah. Can I ask you something? Okay, you are the founder of C2C, and it.
No, I'm just one of the members.
No, but I'm saying who created it?
No, yeah, the number of them just came from discussion to say, guys, isn't it enough that we are connected, but we don't have anything that we are doing together? And
so then you decided to put this together.
Which one?
You then decided to have this platform.
No, I said, guys, let's do it together. Let's convert our connections. I got 30,000 people in LinkedIn. That's the maximum. But most of those people, there's nothing I can do with them. It will take me 20,000 lifetimes just to get to know each one of them. But we are all connected. So I'm already in a club of 30,000. But I can't, when I send a message to somebody to say there's a charity here, there's a charity there, said, but Mawere, why are you? I also have my own friends. I also have my charity. Yeah. So why are you? Yeah.
Are you somebody that would be happy to be either a mentor or a sponsor? And by sponsor, I don't mean financial. Sponsor, I mean somebody that would be happy to support someone in giving or advising them or directing them.
That's what
or
I'm talking about, which you are not listening
to my connections.
That's why we're talking in this group of mentorship. This lady came to me and says, Mr. Mawere, I want to be mentored by you as a person. I said, I can't mentor you. Then you are arresting me. But if what I can suggest to you, find 100 people, then I will come to talk to them as one. But in addition to that, I would then find others to share their life stories. Because you have organized yourself. But if you come alone, then I will have to deal with 100 people one by one.
How about you deal with that one person who's then now going to take it to 100 people, of which then those 100 people are not going to come to you?
I've helped many people who have become more selfish.
Continue to do so.
No. I can tell you examples. I've helped set up law firms, set up this. Once they become successful, they don't want to deal with anyone else.
But don't judge everybody the same way.
No, but
because you help somebody to set up a law firm and then they didn't want to help somebody. Don't think another person is going to be like that.
No, but
you need a better character.
No, I'm not God. All I'm saying is that the more organized we are, the more we can solve problems, because in that organization, you may discover there are 10 people that you need to know. That was the moral of the story. That they are just by exposing yourself, luck becomes possible.
Sorry, Mr. Mawere, I think there was someone was trying to say something and we just kept talking. I apologize. I think Pano Munagash out or something. If not, then we'll continue. But I think somebody wanted to say something.
No, I'm saying is whatever it is, all I'm trying to do is mentorship is very important. I have learned from other people. I have learned from other people. And those people, they say, Mawere, when they say, Mawere, can you join this club? If it's run club.
Sorry, Mawere, there's someone coming in. Let's allow them to speak. So let's allow them to speak. I apologize, caller. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Kuda. Welcome to Bogre Benzi. My name is
Nkoma Simba.
Yes, Kuda. Right, Kuda.
Nkoma Simba Msadareka.
Kuda, let me tell you one thing here, Kuda. Anakanyarara. Right now, but try going after. It means root towers as I want this at the same time. I'm learning a lot from you. There's something that I'm going to ask you again.
Thank you.
Slow down. Start to ask questions for the purpose of learning. The questions are what so far. You've been given more than my lessons like I wonder. But because you're not listening, you're not asking.
No, Mr. Mkoma Simba, if I'm
Okay,
asking,
ona
let me say something. And until let me just clarify this before you go ahead. If I'm asking a question and I will continue to ask until Ndana Visisa. Not because I'm having an argument, it's because I'm trying to understand what you're saying, because it doesn't make sense to me right now. It doesn't mean it doesn't make sense to everybody else. It's just that I want to understand better. And I think in Mkoma Simba, you should know that as well.
If you do you understand my relationship and Mr. Mawere, first of all?
Hello?
Do you understand this show? What is my relationship na Mr. Mawere?
Sorry, am I speaking to Mkoma Simba?
Yes, I'm asking you.
Hey.
Do you understand? Question number one. This show ya uri ini. Para Mkoma Masimba na Mr. Mawere. Right? My question to you, what is your understanding? What have you learned about this relationship? What do you know about Mkoma Masimba na Mawere?
Okay, I've understood Kutumkoma Simbaka, you were somewhere where you were lost in the Facebook world of social, the social media. You came to Mr. Mawere, and I think you must have known him prior to the Mamfengeng and stuff like that. And then you decided to come back to Mr. Mawere because he had taught you a lot of things. And you wanted to come back to Mr. Mawere so you could join and do something that is Nobasra Zimbabwe. And you chose to be on this platform now, Mr. Mawere, because of your understanding of how Mr. Mawere is and who the person that he is. And you realize, Kuti, this is where I belong. I don't belong in Venga, I don't belong in this and that. This is where I belong. And you decided to come on here. You yourself were writing your own book, right? Bukure, you wrote it, and Mr. Mawere allowed you to put yourself on his platform with your story of Bukure Benz, Ruchaga Maiwako, and it. And you come on and you update about how Bukure Benz looking for my mother, which we already now know. Looking for my mother is not necessarily looking for your mother in the term of your paternal mother, but looking for your mother in trying to get the country Zimbabwe, which is your mother. That is what I understood from there. You also talk and discuss situations of how we can bring Zimbabweans together to be in a community where people are able to help each other and do something that can benefit us Zimbabweans as a whole. That has been my understanding of you. And at the same time, you also have your separate life where you record your lives on your own private social media, which is nothing to do with C2C. And you record your life, but at the same time, you are also gaining a lot of, what can I say, people and say, kwanisa ku wanu kuti waite sewainveste on this C2C iri kuitwa izvinezvi kuti uite seribatsira vanhu veZimbabwe. So now, sorry if I've missed anything, correct me.
You are right. Mr. Mawere's deaf answer. I want you to pick up your presentation near Mr. Mawere. That difference, it shows the way you're talking. That's what I was like. Kungotaura unichiziya but also kuziva so here I'm getting mentorship, right? Because already in this show I'm ready to meet people. I'm preparing to meet people like Julius Malema. So I'm also learning my language, the questions, how to structure things, right? So this is my lesson. I also want you to learn what I'm learning. So if you come, I want you now to re-strategize yourself and start again to ask your questions. Before you do that, I want you to listen to Mr. Mawere. He's going to tell you the summary. The Mkoma Masimba, Bukure Benzi, C2C, why Julius Malema, why Tukumtawa Panapa. I want you to listen to his words. It's going to be very, listen, we have pick out the first part of the background. There's much choices. Right? Africa, pick up something there. Then after that, then you start asking questions now. Okay, Mr. Mawere, I want you to help to understand in a more formal, structured way my relationship name.
Yeah, I think the first one is that people are structured in their own way. Although we are equal, we are not all equal in relation to opportunities. We are not equal in relation to luck.
Sorry,
So
Mr. Moore, before we continue to listen to you, because I really do want to listen, can I just say something? Kunamko Masimba.
All right.
And then I respect you, Mr. Mawere, and of course I want to listen to everything you're going to say, otherwise I wouldn't be on your platform. Mukoma Masimba, like you said yourself, you knew Mr. Mawere a while ago, but then you came back because you realized this is where you need to be. And that was through the understanding and level of your knowledge and growing and growth. Anditi, Saka, you need to also remember that everybody has a different learning style. Everybody grows differently. If I'm now here and I'm only meeting Mr. Mawere today, I will ask my questions the way I know. And in time, as I listen to him and we communicate together, I will then begin to understand more. So you also have to be accepting, especially data learning difficulties. You must understand that everybody has a different learning style. You speak to people differently. They could ask you this. They could ask you the same question, but they're just trying to understand. It does not mean they're undermining you or that they think you are this and that. No, they're just trying to understand or ask you in a way that you can explain to them so they understand. And you, Mukoma Simba, should know this more. If you're involved with someone with learning difficulties, not that I've got learning difficulties, but I also, everybody, I know different learning style. Just like we're not going to put them classroom. Mwamunu, anogona kubata zvinhu zviri ngonyorwa paboard zvichingotaurwa slide after slide. Pane mumwe munhu ada kuona visionary, ada kuona mapicture kuti understand. It doesn't mean anyone is less than. It just means people have a different learning style. Saka, you need to step back and allow people to get to the stage where you have now got to, and not force or push us to be where you are, which has taken a long time for you to get to where you are. Mr. Mawere. So because where you are now, allow everybody else to get there in their time. And we can only do this by speaking, questioning, listening. Yeah? Sorry, thank you. I just needed to let you know that. Mr. Mawere, I'm sorry that Mr. Mukoma Simba, this is what I need to say. I'm not disrespecting Mr. Mawere. I'm asking answer me. I'm not understanding how he's answering. So I have to ask again so I can understand it.
Okay, can you maybe, if you look at equality, we have 24 hours in a day, you and me. And if I talk to you, and I'm talking to many people,
but maybe allow me to respond to that because it was
Thank you.
Just allow him to respond to me because I responded.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Then Mr. Mawere, can you see Mr. Mawere Paneshungu Zangu? The way Kunda, she's failing to understand me. But I wasn't with her. Then she went on to accusing me. Intellectual, whatever. Can you see what Mawere Paneshungu Zebugre means? Simple things that take long for us to understand.
But you don't
understanding.
No. And what it shows is
you need to now rename it as Shungu Zebenzi, not Bukure Benzi. Because the Murukutauraka, it makes no sense. You, as someone who data munanoma special needs. I don't have special needs. I have special needs in saying that I am a visual learner. So when I'm asking my questions, so just like you understood your girlfriend, this is how you have to deal with my daughter. This is how she knows how to do things better, or she will understand you better. It's the same thing for everybody on this earth. We are all born differently and we all learn things differently. Kana uda kumboiti uchinje from Bukure Benzi to Shungu Zebenzi, then say that, yeah? waindinzwisisa wani chaizvo pawaida kuti tigadzise nyaya dzatatilicious nenyaya dzemari yekubira ma250. You understood me very well. They didn't tell me kuti wanga understand when you're communicating with me kuti contacted the Swedish government to report tatilicious nema250. You understood me very well then, didn't you? You didn't say anything about how we were not working together well. We worked very well together when you were communicating with me. Because she was scamming people. 250. I worked very well with you then. You didn't have any problems in sending me my details. About my 250. You didn't have any problems then. You remember me now, right? Why didn't you have problems then? My communication or my understanding is not right. Why were you sending me my documents? I want to kabirwa marina tatilicious kundense government Sweden. So and you and me were in communication. So today you want to make it seem good and understand it. You understood me very well when you were emailing me and sending me my documents. I want to kabirwa my 250 and tatilicious. Saka, if there's anybody who's not right in the head right now, who's not understanding, who's not in the level, it's you, because you don't seem to know where you stand.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mawere, you can continue now, just to explain again your relationship, my relationship in Bugembe.
There is already...
No comment. You had a lot of things to say. And I trusted you. But I communicated I trusted you. You were phoning me, sending me my details, Nishita contact Foreign Affairs, Sweden. You had no issues with that, did you? You didn't. So suddenly now I'm asking genuine questions. That's how I would have asked you, and suddenly I'm not an understanding person. When it worked for you, when you wanted to sort out Tatilicious, suddenly I was a very understanding person and understood exactly what we're saying, and we both were on the same line. That was together with on that what she did was wrong, and you believed in me and what I was going to do, and I followed through what I did. Only the fact that you wanted to take the why don't go to say nobody else was involved, yet you had shit to do apart from sending me all the details, and I contacted the Swedish government and reported Talisha to them. You did nothing, but you took all the glory. Though, by the way, this was before
my sister, I want to give you please ask.
Don't tell me. I'm telling you what you know already. So what do you want me to ask about? The only person I can ask information from is Mr. Mawere about what we're discussing. As for you, I'll give you the history with me and you, where you were sending me emails, Dubai, South Africa, Zimbabwe, so that I would contact the, Foreign Affairs.
What is the...
Don't talk to me.
What is the issue that... No. I'm saying, is the issue now Mkoma Masimba, or you had asked the question?
The issue now, when Mkoma Masimba intervened, what was that person says, if you are not somebody, I know sorry, what was no sorrow. Point to me,
No, I'm saying
why was I not saying
we are talking about...
Nonsense. Mr. Mawere, I apologize and I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's okay. Let's continue.
All right. So all I was saying is that from a time management point of view, it's physically impossible to solve all the problems. But if we are organized, that's what I thought this show was about, to learn how to organize ourselves so that we can accelerate kwathuda kwenda. My problem in Zimbabwe, they are big. But we can use one person. I think Pani Echo something.
It's not from my side.
I'm on mute.
Yeah. Okay. I have muted Gura. Yeah. So that it's gone. So if you look at organization, I think Mkwama Simba, out of all this, he said, look, let's build a community. And this community will then give us a platform to be able to deal with my issues in a more organized manner. To which I said, no problem. The time that I can spend with you on your platform, then talk to issues as they arise, like what you have said. How do I impact on my problems in Zimbabwe in a more efficient and organized manner, so that I can reach out to more possible sources of resources, not just financial, but also the interest and passion to use the time that we have to focus and highlight on Zimbabwean problems. And how do we make this conversation of interest
Sorry,
to others?
Mr. Murray, can I just ask you something? Can you delete this live after that, Peter? Because obviously there were things that were said about things that happened between me, Mr. Mkoma Simba, and Tatlicious and stuff. And maybe you know, so Kanganisa, where this community is going. So maybe this live part of the life in Lakungu
No, I'm saying is a spoken word is spoken.
No, but this part of the conversation, I think we just need to talk.
Then can you imagine other people may learn from what you have just said? You have said important things for people to learn. But the moment you ask, what if I will have to repeat what I need to say? Because you have now denied me the right to share that with others.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. So if I'm part of a conversation, any one of us has the right to that property, because we are talking, we are not fighting. And what you have said something that is coming from you about Mkwama Simba, and your ears have heard something that provoked you to respond in the manner you responded. But what if he is not saying what you think he's saying? Because it's three of us.
That's true. It's just the way you are right. I'm Mkoma Simba Kanjandi Gumbura, because once you're in a conversation, they start talking to me like dancing.
Isn't that the usual life?
That wasn't right.
No, I'm saying even in relationship, you find that I may say something that you object to, instead of us focusing on what we need to do to move to the next step, we end up fighting over nothing. Or you were saying, which are saying, look, you have learned, I need to talk to Mawere directly. Let's say we have 20, which is the discussion we had with Mkwama Simba yesterday. To say, if you meet Malema, you meet this president, as an individual, what stops others from asking the same favor? Yeah. But if we are organized, it means we can actually go to others. I think it's Gulakwashe's it's on Gulakwashe's system. That's where the noise is coming from. So that's where we are. So Mkwama, let's get to the question. What are the questions that?
Sorry, I'm on mute at the moment. I don't know where it's coming from. I'm on mute.
Okay.
Now you're talking. You are not one. Yeah. Let's see whether it goes away. Okay. So.
Okay. Mr. Mawere, pani something in Shady Island. Kuda na Mkoma Masimba.
Kuda kwashe. Something kuda is kuda kwashe. Can you stop saying Kudakwashi?
Okay, sorry,
Thank you
Kudakwashi.
for talking.
Tirima community builders. Kudakwashi amenshene mwe project takambeta mu community, right? So we are community builders.
Yeah.
Then I've learned from you, Mr. Mwere, to build up a shared understanding. No matter how much we might differ, let's try to understand each other. Otherwise, it means community don't have foot. Because this C2C, you're to build a bridge, not a wall. Regardless of differences, there's always we should build a bridge. So I asked you, Mr. Mwere, to summarize to Kuda now. Could abate my relationship? Kudakwashi. Okay, thank you for that. So, Mr. Mwere, I asked you to summarize for Kudakwashi. My relationship with you, ne Bukre Benz, ne C2C, in your own ways.
Yeah, that's why I think you didn't come back. The issue about Bukre Benz is a living testimony to my relationship with Mkwama Simba. When he approached me, I had written something, an article, and posted it on my Facebook. I think it was a New Year's message. Then he responded to it and said, "You are the Mawere who stole money from Zimbabwe. You are the man who was involved with SMM Holdings." And he repeated what he understood to be the facts. And then I responded in writing because we didn't have Facebook Live. Then we had an exchange where he was asking for to dig deeper into it. So I said, but your interest in the matter is worthy of supporting. So when we started the radio station was around literacy, to say whatever you learn, you must have a vehicle for communicating it. Right now, we now have platforms where communication is there, but the content sometimes may not address the same issues. Those who are seemingly educated and literate, they don't want to come on social media. They don't want accessibility. They want to privatize themselves. Those who are connected become connected in their own circles. Yet, before they became connected, they were just ordinary people with nothing to show for it. They've found themselves up, working hard, doing all the things they need to do. Someone of us may be a CEO of a chairman of a company, but in their families, there are no people who have the same networks to support that job. So how do we broaden it? That was my question. That the issue of SMM alone has legal, financial, political, constitutional issues in it. So if you understand it, you understand now what is a company, what is an NPO, NGO, non-state actor, what is government, what is not government, what is identity, what is not identity, and how it is that adventurers and random people came to Africa, and now we give them a name colonialist, but when they came, they were never colonialists. They paid for their tickets, they arrived, and they organized themselves, obviously excluding those they thought were inferior. But at least they had a plan. So he then came and said, this radio station is for you, because I don't want to be the one that have taught you something. I don't want to continue to be there. It could be Kudakwashi, who says, I've learned something from the story I told you. Because if I tell the same story, Kudakwashi to Mkwama Simba, his understanding of the story need not be your understanding. But when we canvas broader, it means we are using radio to mentor others. What is the story here? And why are you repeating it here? Because there are many people who are either married up or married down. Those who married up, they found themselves in families where they were treated as outcasts, as scavengers, as people who want to climb on other people's back. Yet these people may have understood each other. So when you are training, if I go to the Pope in Rome today, and I want to use him to do a confession, the Pope will say, Mawere, go back where you came from. You will see a person dressed like me. That's your priest. Go and confess there. The moment you confess in Rome, it means everyone will queue to Rome to confess here. And I won't be able to manage the traffic. So let's organize ourselves into a pyramid. I do my part, the cardinals do their part, the archbishop do their part, the bishops do their part, and the priest is the one who retails the faith. But we are like any supply chain process. There is a manufacturer, there may be a distributor, wholesaler, there's a retailer, even banking. So let's organize ourselves so that we can be able to use our strength in numbers to then distinguish ourselves. So this is what I agree to the show. Let's pick up themes that would then power this need to organize, not agonize. So, and I wanted to avoid me being a guru or me knowing anyone or doing anything, and even refusing to be the bridge, because I know when people approach me, they expect me to give up a lot of time without even considering that.
We certainly do.
Yeah.
Yes, we certainly do.
Yeah. And each one will feel offended when I say I can't respond. And the more I talk to you,
correct.
And when I share the correspondence, you know what they say? Mawera, Hana confidentiality. No, I have nothing privileged to talk to these people. Somebody who doesn't know me approaches me and he wants to get better and he doesn't want to be known. He only wants me to know. I said, I got 2 years. But I cannot solve all the, but if I talk to you, somebody out there may be able to help you. And I have many case studies of people I've helped say, let's go to dinner. I know why I need to take you to dinner. But I don't know who is going to be there. But what I know is you are going to be luckier because you are there. But if you are not lucky, you are unlucky, it doesn't mean you are a bad person. But if we are organized, then it means we can be able to do things. That's why I was saying $30 per year, my time, even beyond this show, it doesn't cost $30. But I'm doing it so that we can move forward and pick up the lessons in a shorter way, so that where we have found that we don't have anyone in our families to give us guidance of what do I need to succeed. And the more I volunteer to do things, the luckier I become. The more I'm visible, the luckier I become. So if Mkwama Simba has got 2 personalities, one personality for the street, for the homeless, he is saying, I can spin too many plates. And that is the song that I wrote. Spinning plates, that life is like spinning plates. You have many things to juggle. You may be a mother, you may be a doctor, you may be something else. So I don't have to stick you to one personality. I may be a serious person one day. Tomorrow, I am something else. You know, there was a body that was constituted, and there were 8 directors. One of them was just like a comedian, a person who made jokes in board meetings when people are talking serious things. So they went to the chairman to say,
Masiba is listening. Is he still there?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here. I'm listening. I'm that guy. I'm that guy who can even be with Nangagwa, and I'll go back to the streets. That's me. That's comedian. That's me.
So
that's why
the other members, the other members of the board went to the chairman. He adds no value. And the chairman said, actually, he's the most valuable member of the board. He said, why? He said, all you educated people cause me stress. He said, what? He says, the questions you ask me, you think I'm a little god. I don't even have the answers, so I try to avoid them. So when he cracks a joke, it means I avoid talking to you. Because I've seen you people who are so educated, so proper, asking stupid questions. What is the next step? Mr. Chairman, where are we going? He said, but I can't go alone. We're together. All of us don't know what tomorrow brings. But you ask me as if I have a special knowledge. There's no school that taught me what the future holds, what life is. So please reserve your problems. The fact that we're here, let's celebrate the fact that we're here. The guy who causes me to manage my stress is better because I don't have to see a doctor. But with you, every time, Chairman, there's a strike. Twitter say, do something. Chairman, we need a salary increase. Chairman, it's your company. You are the most popular. Can you go and see the Prime Minister? Can you go and see the Queen? If I go and see the Queen, we are already compromising ourselves. So I want you to understand that all you educated people, like when you look for president, in Ukraine, they got a comedian who is a president. But the one who was there before was a billionaire. And they removed him and got a comedian. Trump is a comedian. Now he's got COVID and he's running around like he doesn't have COVID, like he's managing his script.
Does he have COVID, though, is the question.
No, I'm saying he's like Mkwama Masimba. So when you say, who should be the president? Why not Mkwama Masimba if the job is for a comedian? Yeah? Why become serious?
Why bata manjika kuda wachi ndo bhuku rebenza mzazini. Yeah.
But the way Magamoya Mshinda Tagaga is just, you sometimes need to give people time. And then I respect Mr. Mawere because I love the way that he's patient, Nemuno. And he explains things. And sometimes want to run long, go wait up impatient. But I still like the fact that to Mr. Mawere, no question is irrelevant. He will answer your question and go, it doesn't matter kind of question Mr. Mawere will take his time to answer, and that's why I followed him and continue to follow him since I discovered about him recently in the last few weeks, because I really do respect this man. And when I ask, it's not to disrespect him, but it's just sometimes I want to understand, because maybe the way you're answering and this could understand that. So then I ask another question, which to someone else may seem silly, but to me it's because I don't understand the way you're answering. So I just need to understand what you're saying, because I know we're all going the same way. But that's all. I respect Mr. Mawere very, very much. He's a patient person.
Then ndukuti maybe nini andika inomti mdara wangu, right, nagara naye. it took me long kuti ndinyatso kumunzwisisa. Sana kuigere mdara wangu pachena manje. Sana adaro kuti kuda kwasha aiwa iwo ka nyatso kubvunza mbijana adaro kupa like the way I know him inini. Because mdara wangu jagona igiri too deep. But hanetsa unobata mbijana wakadaro wawina manje. Warakuita what is this, what is that, anenda too deep. But akatamba naye uchibvunza nokutipindura bvunzo yese manje. That's what those ndinoita inini, but I don't know, it's up to you dokufamba naye say. Those ndinoita.
No. I respect him and I like the fact wano turangwa chinatsa kutsanangura regardless what kind of question you have, he still will listen to you and he will explain the way he can explain. And that for me, I respect that from anybody that does not shut you down, but will explain regardless of how relevant your question is. Kana kuti iri intelligent kana as intelligent, vanokutsanangura vachikupindura zvavanokwanisa, iwe ukatadza kuzvinzwisa ukaona vachibvunza usvika waita sewazvinzwisa. So it's not disrespecting. That's why I listen for program yavo. That's why that's all.
Iweyo manje pandakuenda manje ndakukupa secret yangu. Right? Iwe ukanipa secret yako ndakaichengeta, ndiwe waitaura wega pana panyaya ndakanyarara ndamboitaura. It shows ndokona kuchengeta secret ozvooneka. Saka ndakakupawo secret yangu. Ndakuenda manje ndakubuda muroad ndakuenda kucity ndakuda mbonotsvaga prime minister manje ndambononetsa mucity momomo.
But haizi secret kana kutaura palive. Haizi secret kana kutaura palive.
Aiwa ndara wangu yakandifundisa kuti there's nothing called a secret. Akatondifundisa chamara ndisina masecrets chamara. Aiwa iyoyo chakutaurira iyo achakutsanangura secret mndaramo ere. Kana iye kutotkara kuti video ngaidhiditwa achakandifundisa kuti azvina basa zvatopfuura simba. Past is past. Present is now. What you do now will take you tomorrow. Saka ndakapinda mucity manje. Ndakuno bhozi ndine spirit yeZimbabwe. Mudzimu weZimbabwe unobhondora paparliament apa. Ndakabhondera papo ndikabata prime minister manje. Inini manje prime minister ndikugutara naye chirungu chake zvimabhizi handizviziva ndati fodera mawere uko. Aturike mudzimu.
Chake unochizwa steri kati tikunyeberana wakadzidza. Chirungu chake unochinzwa straight up. Atidi kunyeberana chirungu unochizwa.
Ndikutaurira kamanya akomana ndinoda kutaura hanzvadzi yangu secret yangu. Ini hanzvadzi go deep mudzimu weZimbabwe. Mudzimu wacho wauya mukoma masimba ndibabuda mudzimu. Pakada kuenda kuti testa pajagoni. Ndinoti ndine mutumwa wangu, muturikiri wangu anova mutunga mawere.
Kana pasina wako ka, let me say this, mukoma simba you are
very kutipa ndikuenda manje obva wandi disturb
very intelligent wewe. Watu wakaenda ku checho. Unofara sele kuti waenda kuchecho ka, and never mind going to checho. You yourself are very, very intelligent, which is why you are where you are right now, nezvokita, because your level of intelligence yakakwira. Saka you cannot fool anyone. Munhu anotarisa achikuti benzi munhu asingatomboziwa, because you are very, very intelligent. Those who buy into kuti hanzi uri benzi ndowato is stupid. They don't understand kuti uyika wakatokwira, and this is just real. We're just saying it as it is.
Pakaipa ndarabore chibopindira mndara tifambire nyaya iri kunakidza dare riri kunakidza.
Yeah, so that's so where we are. If good question, last time I said no, be a member of something, then use yourself to be the member. And when you ask what is going to be my benefit, how is it going to work? What I've learned is that if you are not part of something, that something will never happen.
It's true. It's true.
And in everything we do, there's a personality of us. That's why when you say economic freedom, imagine a car itself. When you look at a car, do you see a human being in the car?
Oh, there's
some
cars
people may not
that
see that even nyaya yeupfu nemvura dongi harikwanisi kuproducer sadza, but only human beings can. But you can't say ndabika sadza rangu sadza rechirungu. because Sadari should be correct.
Mr. More, can I ask you something which is probably going off topic, but I was very shocked in social media in Zero because I decided to do something which I felt to me was right as another human being. And for us as Africans, I'm my brother's keeper. For some reason, I'm not that kind of person. I know you can have social media or anything. It's like I always use a different name, which is not my name. Ndaka, I know this is totally left field, but maybe Mkoma Simbonga but it has been bothering me. It bothered me a little bit, and they didn't really bother me because I said to myself, they don't really know me. They like whatever they're saying and all these comments, 1,000 whatever of them that they've put against me, it doesn't really affect me in a way because it's not really me they're saying that to, and I stand by what I say. And it's totally something totally different, and it's probably not community, but it's in a way it's community building in a way, because then it became a case of you are selling out Zimbabweans, Kunoma Gambians, you are a sellout because you then went and said you don't agree with what a Zimbabwean person did to a Gambian person. Saka, you are a sellout and you need to be banned, you need to be this and that. There were so many different comments, Akataro, and I'm just, because I know you're a very level-headed person.
But that's what I'm saying is why don't you consider being, let's say we are talking here about what brought us here, and you may want to know what brought us here to this platform, to Malema.
Anyway, no, I know. That's why I said to you, Kuti, okay, I think I guess, Kuti, while I was on, because I respect you so much, I started questioning whether, am I a traitor or am I just somebody
don't
standing up with what I believe in?
I think that's what we deal with in the community. You may discover that in there are people who have faced the same thing, like, you know what Joshua Ngomo said once? And any movement attracts a dog to bark.
But this one attracted too many dogs, but okay.
No, your second. Imagine you come to the show, and to talk about something. Then it then it means I was trying to tell Mkwamas about have your shows are short to the point. And you close it so that you give up, because you only have 24 hours. You can't.
I know. I just wanted to just get your wise words and advice.
No, I'm saying I would need to, but I'm saying I may not be wise. Then I'm already encouraging. Somebody says, "Kudakwashaka nezuro." Mawere answer us.
Okay, anyway, I won't give you the real scenario. I'll give you
but I'm saying that we can do offline so that we allow.
And you don't answer your phone offline.
No, I'm saying is, why don't you join so that we expand the people to listen to some of these issues? If the Catholic faith can be organized, if Muslims can be organized,
Mukoma Simba would be the best person to speak to about this current situation.
But that's what I'm saying. But I can't afford. That's what I'm saying to Mukoma Simba. I can't afford these shows. Because they drain you. Yeah, so if you have a show, let's draw lessons on Malema. Malema Achawana show here, it is sharp. And the point he was asking me was about economic freedom. So that we deal with that.
Mr. Mawere, can I ask Mukoma Simba? Can I speak to you quickly about? It's the same person we're talking about. It's just something that's playing on my ears. And now I'm thinking, good, am I a traitor? I'm not a traitor. Just because I'm standing for what I believe is right doesn't mean I'm a traitor. Mr. Mukoma Simba, is there any way you're going to mashure? nenyaya yacho iyoyi.
Handisina time yekumashure ndakubatika palive chete manje.
Nazvona.
So
No,
that's why is it
remember.
impossible for you to be a member so that we find people who are
No, it's
not
not
human
impossible.
beings?
It's not impossible. I can be a member.
Yeah,
I was
do it for yourself so that we may be able to, what do you mean, to have division of labor. So that we are like a pyramid, so that we are not all doing the same thing.
Okay, kuna kwaje. What I can do, ukona kukupa slot yako pano pa TV, kuita show yako. Then ku show yako ukona kutoinvite ndinoya, ukona kuinvite mawira anoya. But kuinvite nini manje? Ukotanga kuti let me know in advance. Ngoba masiba have a show this time. And go batike run.
But how would I tell you can I say my WhatsApp you because you're now a big figure?
Not a big figure. I'm a man on a mission. I'm looking for my mother. Ndakataura one that we say if you wanna come closer to me, but there are $30 yako chete.
Yeah, but then how do people contact you to wait into okay to your show the badra marindino slot yango? How then do we get in touch with you to come on? And it doesn't necessarily have to be Mr.
Mawere. Are you not on this show?
I'm watching you.
Yeah, no, I'm saying is how did you come in?
Because I always watch you for YouTube.
No, I'm saying is, but that's where what he's saying. Let's organize first. Yeah. Yeah. So that we move.
Okay. Can I just ask you one question? Okay, I'm not going to tell you the whole scenario, Mr. Mawere. I just need your advice, or not even your advice, just your thoughts, not your advice, because then it will be seen as if you're being biased. But if your countrymen did something that you perceived was wrong, regardless of which other country, African country that person was doing it to, and you said, okay, no, this is wrong, and you joined the conversation where the people from the other country were not happy and also said, you said, okay, well, you know what, this is the situation with this person, this is what they do.
But
so are you going to come across as a bad person, as a traitor, or what?
Why are you listening? That the petition, yeah. I'm not saying that I don't have ears to hear, but my ears only work with time, because after 24 hours, I'm already in another day. I can't change it.
No, it's fair enough.
Yeah. So we then say, okay, the first thing is, if you have a problem with the community, building community power to help solve these problems, then let's be problem solvers by putting a circle around it. So the
people that are causing problems and not in that.
Imagine Malema
how do you improve things?
No, I'm saying is first it starts with you, the three of us. If we can't even listen to each other, then why do we need Zimbabwe to change? Yeah? Because we'll be there 24 hours, 40 years. Tichingonesana. We are Zimbabwe, Mamjuru wakabamari, avana kusungwana nasu. Yeah. Uyo atenderedzwa. No, vakabviswa vachizimbabwe vanotoita uroyi, vanokuroya Mugabe. Mugabe nozodisturb kudai.
And that's going to good joke.
No, I'm just saying the whole comedy Zimbabwe.
Anzina Shepherd Mushapaidze, MM was quiet while you were going on a rant, very immature indeed. That lady talks too much and does not listen. You betrayed MM by revealing what you discussed with him in private. So you are a traitor. There was nothing private about that apart from the
Shepherd Ataura. Don't you even respond. Just say,
that means you want me to respond.
No, I don't know Diana Isa, but I think why don't you? It's there anyway, but it was not for you to start debating.
And the way one on to okay.
No. Let's just go. What did you intend to do on this show?
Number one, I wanted just to, like I'm doing a case study, whereby I'm telling myself I'm ready to meet Malema. But to most people, because I saw those words in spirit, they are too deep. I was simply trying to say, ndakunzwisisa notaurwa naMalema. I'm ready to meet Malema, right? But Malema wacho manje is my role model. So ndakuona mubatsirawo futi Malema wacho kuti Malema apa napo uri right, pane padiki pari kutadza. You are trying to correct the past. Right? The past is past. So what I'm saying somewhere, I'm on a mission. I don't know what tomorrow is, but right now ndakudza kuti ndakubuda muroad. Ndabuda muroad ndakona musiki.
That's fine. What we're trying to, you see, Malema raises issues that if you take them and put them into a structure, what is he saying? Then we can be able to do 1, 2, 3, 4, take the video to Malema so that Malema knows you for the things that you believe in. If you
Mr.
believe,
Mawere, can I just say something, Mr. Mawere?
Yeah.
I think one thing chetinofanirwa kuedza kuisa pasaidi kana kubvisa is this case yokuti varume vokuZimbabwe wakaona mukadzi achitaura kana achioposa kana achimira akazvimirira achigara stand yake ka wanoda kushurupudza pamacomments because they expect to be quiet vakanyarara vachienda varume saka we need to stop that first.
We're talking about trying to resolve Malema. Whatever you say, I've already accepted it. It's not just because you are a woman.
No, what I'm saying, Mr. Mawere Kakutiso, in order for women to also be included, community, men need to understand that women have a voice and they can voice opinion the way they want to and the way they can. It does
just
not
be yourself.
Some comments as namsoro because why and that is something banisha first and foremost before we can all be a community and we can all be on the same level to speak as human beings. Zimbabwe not kuti hanzizvo varume ndokandoanterwa varume ndovanotaura zvinomsoro indiro mukadzi nyangwe ndiri kushadwa inoita sei but point yangu iri valid at the same time. Why is it always varume ndovanoda kuva vachipotaura vachitsimbirira vakadzi pasi all the time comments out because they expect us to be behind them all the while. So until we get rid of that kind of mentality, we are not going to go any further. Nyangwe tikaita C2C or whatever. Varume vekuZimbabwe vakasaziva kuti zvavakadzi tiri pasame platform now tinofungwa dzedu tinogona kutaura hatitauri nemabhesi but titaura nemavhoisi datirika and we still have our own
but
mind.
Are you sure who are you referring? Are you sure to mukadzero or murume?
I'm referring to normal commentators and
No, I'm saying is who deal with that. All I'm saying is just be yourself.
Move forward until warume vanongwaishima comments.
No, but I don't know. I don't know warume vacho in me.
No, but we're saying in general until Zimbabwean men.
No, but we are here, the three of us. Can we just finish what we are talking about so that we start and finish? Because Malema can
but hatingaita progression kana pano varume vachida kudzvinyirira vakadzi vanotaura vanospeak up. There's no progression in what we're doing.
But what are we trying to get to?
First of all, we all have to be equal.
Do you know why I agreed to come here?
Mr. Mawere, but I just wanted to say to you guys.
No, I'm saying let's respect each. I came here.
We are on the same.
No, I'm saying that's wrong. That's wrong for somebody to target you. If it's targeted because you're a woman, that's wrong. But let's discuss what the issues are that brought us here.
But let's not just slide over the fact that
No, we are not. We are not naive. No, we are not naive. No, I'm saying is speak for yourself. I'll speak for myself.
I'm speaking for women. I'm representing some women.
I'm not appointed to speak on behalf of men as well.
Well, I'm speaking on behalf of women that feel
but I
and think
can't discuss with you because I'm on my own here. I don't even know the universe.
No, okay, I'm letting you know.
No, but I don't represent anybody, so you are too big for me.
And I'm still letting you know, Kuti, this is how it seems to appear.
No, I don't speak on behalf of anyone except myself.
But you're a man, and you should not be accepting what
I'm not speaking on behalf of men. You are asking for my views. I give you my views. I'm not a robot.
And I'm also saying, Mr. Mawereka, we cannot do or build what you want to build as long as Warumo.
No, I don't want to build. All I'm saying is that. No, but I'm saying is that if you want us to be debating society, let's be one. But I'm not interested in debating issues.
No, we're not. But Varuno anafana ku respect that wakadzi wano ma voice anafana kutaura zvanofunga. Just because
no, but I'm not as big as you are.
Important than you. Not I'm speaking about you. I'm talking about one. Or my comments as I'm so.
No, but allow uchidya. Can you worry about flies?
No, takaita listening. No, that's okay. Chipo. Kuda kwache, sorry.
Chipo.
Kuda kwache, right? That is the one.
What I'm saying.
Okay,
no
let's allow him to say something. Your point is
number one. This show was scheduled. This show in a topic I know. This show, it's a case study. In this show, there's what I wanted to learn from Mr. Mawere before the Sagana Malema. Then, fortunately, because we're building a community in Mawere Shakari, Lubawa Panapa, they can save this video. I want you to watch this video by a Tanga, Nibo participator. Right? Then I want you to tell me, are you willing to do your own show? Or you want to keep coming here? If you have to come back here and on my show, you have to pay $30. If you have to do your own shows, if you invite me,
I don't mind at all.
That's good. Because you know why? Otherwise, I have to move on. In that good, my intention to go in there. Somebody I'm going to tap a secret, but I was to stay there. But I'll just pull my wagon.
That's why. Matter most secret. I knew it. That's why. But I is secret on me. But that's matter.
All right. I think on the questions, the Malema, because Akudakashi also had the same questions, which are important questions. Because the economic freedom and to be a fighter for economic freedom, these are important issues that require wider participation. And it requires canvassing. So why can't we make economic freedom a question that we raise in the context of building community? Because we can't build a community of fighters on something that is not generally understood. So if you want to be a community builder and then go to Malema to say, we are building a community where there are contested views on the question of economic freedom. And we want you to come on our community conversation to talk to what exactly do you mean by EFF? Because there are views that are contrary to what you hold, which says if government is there, it can deliver economic freedom. How does a government of the people deliver something it is not capable of delivering? Because we finance the C2C belongs to members. It doesn't belong to the founder. EFF may belong somewhere else, but it ought to belong to the members of EFF. But do the members of EFF have a shared understanding? If so, where was this understanding negotiated. I've seen Malema addressing people, broadcasting, but I have not seen members of EFF contesting this idea of economic freedom, white monopoly capital, colonialism, imperialism. It's like most of these African countries, many of them, we fight zero. Can you imagine to Buddha fight a zero? One fight a zero, you remain zero. So fight something that you know exists.
Okay, Mr. Mawere, did you see recently, not recently, I think just a short while ago, just a few weeks, Mali, Shakaitika Mali.
Yeah.
It was Mali and Itika.
Yeah.
I dare any Zimbabwean to adare, they like to be keyword warriors. But with white Mali, they don't even have the energy. What do you Mali?
No. Hatikwanisi kupedza nyaya yeidea yeeconomic freedom, whether it's an idea that is worth for us to investigate and call people like Malema and others to give us their perspective, but we test it. I don't know.
But we know Malema's perspective. So what more are we asking for? We know his perspective. We know what
I'm saying is his perspective has never been tested.
Well, you know what I would say. Zimbabwe, they should spend less time on my keyboard or watching out on the street and sticking to their work.
You've already made the point.
Yeah, I'm just making it again in case they didn't have
let's make the point and move forward.
No, but
that means rega nhunzi zite zvazoda kuita. Never discourage Nunzi to be Nunzi.
That's true. There's always a lot of dead meat around.
Yeah. So why do you want to be dead meat and then you don't want
Hey, the guy Nunzi is more dead meat because they're very good at keyboard warrior.
No, but why become the dead meat?
That's their problem.
So why do
you lost a lot of people?
But can you respect the convener? Angaida say certain things and way forward. So I've given my advice on that. Why can't we create a C2C economic what? Freedom network? So that those who are concerned about economic freedom, understanding the role of government in delivering the promise of a better life, can be contested. Because I don't know whether you've seen anyone in EFF wachita debates.
They do, but they're not debates as such. It's like you are playing match, you are the referee, you've got all the red cards, and you are the coach again, and you are the captain. Then you say, let's play a game.
So is that the kind of future you want for Africa? In Data Pembe?
I guess what is saying that is good. EFF parliament they just want to go and get things done. That's what Mkomasiba is saying. Whereas
no, he's not saying that.
No, I'm not saying that.
Sorry. Go
ahead, Mr. Moire.
Yeah. So do you think I've addressed that issue so that we can have tomorrow just a short one, dealing that question? Kuti hakuna in Africa, ndikaita president, ndakuita megaphone, ndakutsvaka PA system yokuannouncer. Yeah.
Yes.
So can we discuss that in Africa there is debate? Even Aubrey, what was he saying? Nothing. Yeah. So I don't know why you are so fixated in Aubrey.
He's my role model. I don't think short.
Yeah, but what was he saying? I don't know what Aubrey was saying there. Just like
Sorry, I just want to let you know. Pano Muruma join a conversation. Don't go up and after wakadzi because that's what she told her. Can we give him an opportunity? That's what as I was just saying.
Okay, before Mason mira don't go pesa lama wele pa conclusion.
Wanisa wakadzi wakunora kuti waya chidzvanyirwa vanhu vada kutaura zvinhu. That's typical of Paruma
Ashe, nai kuda kwashe. What?
Ajoina kazizvi hanzi ajoina kuti oya chijoina chimhanya kuti hanzi eitazwa kuti chichicha hapana zvemunokwanisa kuita unless you're willing to go out and do the work. You can't talk.
Can I finish?
As long as
can I finish and then I can be excused?
You are nothing apart from a bully.
Can I finish? Then I can be excused.
I apologize.
Okay, tomorrow 9 o'clock. Aubrey Musango, I'll get you anyway, let's finish number one. Malema. So tomorrow 9 o'clock, I think I'll fit in.
Yeah, then let's try to get packaged so that we then get a point of difference, because sometimes a Mason you were following, maybe he may be able to give us a rating of what he was following. Mason, on a scale of 1 to 10, what would be your rating?
Otherwise, Mason now we are going to take over.
I'm bringing Mason give us a rating of whether we are on the right course.
Mr. Mawere,
my last question to you, 9 o'clock, 9 a.m.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
give us
Mr. Mawere, the Mason we metaphysics,
I don't know. I just know you must make
metaphysics. Okay, it's not come to watch my plate.
Can you give us you are the headmaster today?
Well, good.
Tomorrow at 9. Don't you worry, I'll be signing in. I'll be here. You can't stop me. I'm sorry.
Okay, Mason, can you give us your summary, your closing of?
Well, unfortunately, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Kwamuri Kwese Koko, and thank you very much, Miss Mawere. Maswara say, right here.
Mason, metaphysics. Welcome. Hopefully you can put some balance on this. Thank goodness.
Thank you, my sister. Unfortunately, and I'm gonna disappoint you. I'm really gonna disappoint you.
You'll never disappoint me, because what we're about is about debating, discussing whether it's comfortable or not comfortable, whether someone wants to hear it or they don't want to hear it. You will never disappoint everybody or anyone. Yeah. Everyone has a point of view. Your point of view is yours, mine is mine, Mr. Mawere is his, Bukure Benzi, that's his as well, but at least you will never disappoint me. Don't you worry.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my sister. Your name is Itai, is that right?
Itai.
Munonzani, sister.
Kudakwashe.
Kudakwashe. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the chango pinda in that
don't say unfortunately, just say your thing. Don't say unfortunately to anyone.
Right.
It's been unfortunate.
Yeah, panago pinda ndichinzwa conversation ndangati chinzwa muchiti hanze muri kurepresenta vakadzi and
No, I'm not representing women. I'm representing myself. I'm not representing women. Don't get me wrong. In wakazi takasiyana, everybody has their own mind. I'm representing myself. That's it.
Yes, and if there's anything that I've learned from this distinguished gentleman that you're talking to, Mr. Mawere, is that you always say I. You talk for yourself. You don't talk on behalf of anybody. This is what I
myself, not women. Myself as a woman.
Okay. Okay. My bad. Again, I'm gonna apologize to you for the second time.
No,
right.
This is it.
Right. And zvakanota ndezvoti ndichangopinda ene ndangonzwa gist yenyaya yachonaka because ndandiri somewhere else ndangopindawo ndikangonzwawo and
Amira zvakanaka nyaya bva kunabva Mr. Malema saka ndakusanzwa kubvira patanga nyaya Mr. Malema ka then makubatira nyaya pasina kumira zvakanaka.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to say anything that might be, you know, do you know what I mean?
She block Mr. Anzani Mkoma Simba because wabuda udrapa conversation wangu waivhara ichenge kona form a picture pana.
Unless my sister can amune time you could summarize anything. If not, that's okay. We can leave it for another day. That's fine.
No, it's okay. We'll let you know. Go ahead, please.
Is that okay for you to just narrow it down, just briefly, just in case of join or just like me and
okay. The thing is that the whole we started off by listening to a very good program Mr. Mawere where Julius Malema was speaking, and then we came on and then we just touched on a lot of different subjects. Saka, it's difficult to summarize exactly everything we've spoken about. Saka, where you caught the conversation, I guess that's where you caught it, Saka. It will be difficult to tell you everything else that happened before. But Mawere is very good at summarizing in an essay manner. Saka, if you've got time, let's listen to Mr. Mawere.
No, I mean it's okay. If Mr. Mawere, if he doesn't have time, I mean because he's a very busy man, I totally understand.
Okay. So what you want to discuss is what you've heard, basically in the time that you've joined. So let's discuss that.
Well, I don't know. You might misconstrue what I've heard, but my sister, inini, I'm here for the women, and Miss Mawere, no, I could be here for the men.
Women. I'm not here for women. I'm here for myself. And I said, Coach, I don't appreciate how my Zimbabwean men are very happy to be worthy keyboard warriors. But but I said it for myself, from my own point of view, not any other woman. For myself.
Saka, my sister, how did you come to the conclusion? Because in Zimbabwe, there's about 15 million people, and in diaspora, there's about 5 million people, Zimbabweans. Saka, which leaves about 10 million people in Zimbabwe and 5 million in diaspora. How did you come to the conclusion, according to you, keyboard warriors and Vano Janyira Vakadze? Is this Munema figures? Have you got figures? Have you got statistics that you can show us?
Mr. Metaphysics, atinama figures etukutaura now. Tangachitaura on what happened when I was commenting, and some men commented on my comments. And I said, okay, well, maybe this is the issue, where you get men who comment and they're keyboard warriors, but if we ask them to go out and do Zunzunum Soro, they don't want to put their lives on the line. Look at what happened in Mali, where people said, you know what, enough is enough. We are going to put our lives on the line. But yes, Zimbabwean men want to come here and put their notes on a keyboard, as a keyboard warrior, because they are not used of that. Zimbabwean men, in general, are not used of women speaking up and being themselves.
But my sister, do you think I stand to be corrected, and do you think I could be right by saying, Kuti, in Mimi, you are concluding something, you are generalizing something, because you know what, out of 10 Zimbabweans, there might be 2 or 3 idiots. Now, just because there are 2 or 3 idiots out of 10 men, that doesn't mean Zimbabweans are like that. Kalamchidi Zimbabwean men, don't you think you are supposed to be saying some Zimbabwean men who are commenting here? Because Kalamaka the Zimbabwean men, Makulebla Isusu, Vana. No, let me finish. Let me finish. Because communication is all about me talking, then you listening, then you talking, then I'll be listening.
That's fine. Go ahead, but don't be condescending.
Right. No, I'm not condescending, but you know the art of
communication is you try to be condescending. Don't.
I don't think that's condescending, because the art of communication.
Are you trying to explain to me what communication is? That's being condescending. So don't.
Well, if you're talking over me, that means you clearly do not understand what communication is.
What I'm saying and I have to speak over you, then maybe I am in the right place to speak over you because you're trying to explain something where you have not understood exactly what I tried to say about it.
Well, if you're talking over me and I'm talking as well, nobody's gonna understand each other. Well,
You can explain that to me without being condescending.
Well, you're doing the same thing, my sister. You're doing the same thing I'm trying to tell you.
We're both being condescending to each other. So
I don't think that's condescending. We're trying to clear up the rule.
Condescending in what you just said and the way you try to explain what communication is to me. I'm not 14 years old. I'm not 10 years old. So I know what communication is. So don't try and be condescending and try and get out of it by saying I'm not being condescending. You are.
Okay, I apologize if you think I'm being condescending or if you think I'm not being respectful.
Wrong as well.
Okay. I apologize if you feel that way. That's okay. Okay, let's move
I'll
on.
just say something to you in regards to what you just said about generalizing, right? You said don't generalize people. To get an idea of what something is, you have to generalize. Do you get that point? So let me give you an example.
I don't.
Let me give you an example.
You just asked me a question. You just asked me a question, and I said I don't.
I don't understand. So let me give you an example. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say, for instance, let me think. I'm going to think of an example. It may not be the best example, okay, but I'll give you an example. Okay, so say that you have met, or I don't know. I'm going to speak from a woman's point of view, and
okay.
Let's say you're single and you've dated Jamaicans, right? And
okay.
This is generalizing of the whole situation, but it doesn't mean this is what Jamaicans are all about. There's some very good Jamaicans, there's some very good Nigerians, there's some very good Zimbabweans and stuff. So when someone is generalizing, they will say something like, after they maybe have dated a few Jamaicans, and those Jamaicans have probably dealt in drugs or been very bad to them and stuff, and you ask that person, you've dated a Jamaican. What do you think about it? What do you think that person will say? They will say, I'm a Jamaican. What am I trying to? Do you know why? Because it's based on their experience. Not that they know every single Jamaican, but they're talking and generalizing based on their experience. So you can only generalize some situation based on your experience. But you also have to realize it's not the whole country that's like that. But if somebody asks you a question where you have to give an immediate answer, you will give the answer which is best close to you, which is from your experience. And if all you've ever dated with Jamaican guys that dealt in drugs and guns, when someone says to you, what do you think about Jamaicans and stuff, you say, they deal in guns and drugs, because that's been your experience. So that is generalizing. That is the term of generalizing. You generalize according to your experience. Not someone else. You give a definition of generalizing because of your experience. So there you go.
Right. And your point being?
I'm giving you an explanation of how you generalize. You say to me, you're generalizing about this or you're generalizing about that.
Right.
So I'm just explaining to you that generalization comes from a fact where you are talking about your experiences and what you've experienced of a different race, different culture, different country. You can only talk about what you've experienced. You can't talk about what you haven't experienced. You can only talk about experience. So if all you've known is bad Nigerians or scamming Nigerians or 411 Nigerians, when someone meets you and asks you about this, I'm a 411. Because that's been your experience. So you generalize according to your experience. And you ask for generalization, and I'm telling you that is how I put my generalization in terms of how my Zimbabweans like to just, however, they're big keyboard warriors.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for eloquently.
No, don't thank me. We're having a conversation and debate, so don't thank me.
Well, my sister, I'm just, do you know what? I can be polite. You know, when you're having a conversation, you can.
I appreciate you because I've heard you speaking before, which is why I said Ningiwema metaphysics, because I've heard you before and I like your enthusiasm. And that's it. So don't worry, nothing against you at all. I like your enthusiasm. I like who you are, and you've got a very uplifted spirit and you're very positive, and I like that about you.
Thank you. Well, there's nothing else to say but to say thank you. I'm grateful for your compliment, your sentiment. But I'm going to go back to your generalization. Just because you have eloquently described your description of what generalization is, it does not mean that is right. Because you can describe.
It means you are judging from your point of view.
Exactly. Can I just finish my point? Because I'm not, again, because you're talking over me. Because when you were talking, I was listening. Saka, now I know, because you don't want me to describe what communication is, so we're not going to go there. But anyway, now, like I said, just because you have eloquently described what generalization is, it doesn't mean that's right. You just described what generalization is, right? We get that. We understand that. We're all mature people and we're all intellectuals. We understand that. Now, you have specifically yourself, you have generalized just because you have seen 2, 3, 4, 5 comments of Zimbabwean men who are
not just comments, maybe it's life experience, not just comments.
Okay, life experience. You haven't dated, like I say to you, there's about 15 million people in Zimbabwe. You haven't dated 15 million Zimbabweans.
Generalize
Right?
what you have experienced. You can't. If someone says to you, listen, you're going generalize is the word right there. Generalize. It means that you've had a few experiences of something that have made you think this way. So otherwise, that word generalize wouldn't exist.
Right, but general,
based on experiences you've had, then the word generalize does not matter. So when you generalize, it's because you've had some experiences which make you say, when someone asks you something about somebody or somewhere, you can give a generalization about that place based
well, I can am I okay to disagree with what you just said? Is that okay?
Agree? No, you can disagree, but understand the meaning of generalization.
Well, you don't have to force me to understand what I disagree with you. I disagree with. I disagree.
Because I was speaking in a forceful manner, now I'm forcing you. I'm just
Well,
making an understand with generalization.
Well, I disagree with your understanding of generalization. One, let me finish. Can I just finish? Right. First of all, you are saying, Gucci, I'm generalizing. What you should say is, in my experience, in my experience, this is what I've experienced.
Well, I just use the word generalize.
No, the word generalize is different from anecdotal. Anecdotal is a personal experience. You can say it, in my personal experience, I've dealt with such and such Zimbabwean guys, and this is what happened to me. That's your personal experience. But you can't say, when you say generalize, you are talking on the law of averages. That's where the word generalization comes from, on the law of averages. Right? But Imimi, if you're talking on your personal, anecdotal, personal experience, in my experience, I've met A, B, C, D, such and such guys, and this is how they treated me, and this is how I experienced my life. Are you with me? Saka, you can't use the word generalization because it's inappropriate in that sentence, in that situation. That's the wrong word you should be using, generalization. Generalization, you use that on the law of averages. Are you with me?
No. That is not a bad term to use. Use if I have dated, as an example, Anditika, if I've dated 10, say, what shall we say, Jamaican, Swedish, let's say I've dated 10 Swedish men, and 8 of them tend to be bad people, right?
Yeah.
8 of out of 10 stood to be bad people, and someone asked me, so what are Swedish guys like? I'm not going to generalize and say they're full of shit. I dated 8 of them and they were whatever. That is generalizing. You're giving an account of what is the most that you've experienced of that community in the sense of a country. If I'm speaking about, this is I've dated, what is it, Danish or Swedish, and someone says to me, what are Swedish guys like? I'm like, they're shit. Because 8 out of the 10 that I've dated are shit. So I'm not going to say they're good because 8 out of 10 were shit.
Right. When you are making that conclusive statement or resentment, are you taking
No, it's
into
not resentment, it's a statement, not resentment.
Okay.
Don't try to put words, different words in my mouth.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, my bad. If you are making that conclusive statement, are you taking into account yourself, your personal behavior, your personal character as well? Because sometimes
That is fine, but if someone is asking me what my point was on how I felt of those 10 Swedish men I dated, I'm going to tell them that my experience of those 10 was that it was shit because 8 of them contributed to the 10 being shit. So my experience of those 10 Swedish or Danish people was shit because 8 of them were shit. So there you go.
Okay, in this, okay.
But you're asking me, so I'm not going to say to you, oh, well, I was bad. Oh, I wasn't good. Oh, maybe they had a right to beat me up. No, I'm not going to say that.
Well, again, my sister.
What I said.
Well, again, my sister, we're gonna go back again to the law of averages. The thing is, if you're gonna have at least 5 to 10, at least 7 to 10 shitty boyfriends, right? I think there's gonna be a point when you have to have what's called self-reflection, and maybe to look at yourself.
Listen, if 8 of them are shit out of 10, listen, maybe some other, maybe they. What do you mean? Excuse me, a point of. Okay, Mr. Metaphysics, where you are taking this is not even an area that can be up for discussion. We put it plainly, but you want to complicate the whole issue. You're now complicating it into saying, oh, well, have you thought about this? Have you thought about it? No. If you came to me as my friend and you said to me, oh, you know, you dated Jamaican or Danish people, what do you think about them? I'm going to give you my honest answer on what I thought and what I dated and how I felt about them. And I'll say to you, they're shit, because that's how I felt, because you're asking me. You're not coming to me and saying, oh, by the way, you know what, according to the way you are, and you dated these Danish people and you didn't get on, what did you say about them? No, that is not the point of generalization. Generalization is like a summarization of a situation that somebody asked you about, that you've experienced, and you give the answer on that. Sarah, your question is irrelevant according to that.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Can I just say something? All right. Are you? Where are you? If you don't mind me asking, are you in London? Are you in England, or where are you? Where are you?
What does it matter? I'm a human being on Earth.
Okay, no. There's a follow.
Applies. So let's continue.
No, there's a follow-up question. The reason why I'm asking you. Okay, are you? Would you be into football by any chance?
If I say to my partner, "Are you into netball?" They said no. So what's the point? When I said no.
My sister, I'm asking you a simple question. Are you into football or not?
Football, no. So
you're not into football. Okay. What kind of sport? What are you into sports? Are you into sports?
We're not on some psychology session which I'm not paying you for. I would rather have a psychology session which I'm paying for. So we're not going to pay for that.
All right. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to tell you my personal experience. Maybe this might paint a picture of the question I'm trying to ask you.
Very good. Which is what we're talking about: personal opinions and personal experiences, which has led us to generalize on what we generalize about.
Okay, Chimere Munzwe. In any hango, I support Arsenal Football Club, right? Now
I don't support football, so I don't even know which team you're talking about.
Okay, there's a team in London. It's called Arsenal, and a football consists of 11 players. But anyway,
okay,
right. I can hear an echo. I don't know where the echo is coming from. Where's the echo coming from?
My apologies. Let me just have a look. Sorry, hold on. Okay, what I'll do is when you speak, I'll mute and then.
Okay, beautiful. Now listen, right? In Inahango, I support football. Like you said, you probably don't know what football is. Football is a game of sports, and it's got 11 players on each side, and they use, as the name says, football. you have to use your foot to kick a ball.
Okay, can you listen? Now you're being condescending, like I was saying. If I say to you, I don't support a team, you mentioned football. Okay, I know what football is about, but don't be condescending. If you want to give an example, give an example. Don't start explaining the situation. Actually, you know what? Don't give an example of football because I'm not interested in football. So whatever the example is going to be, I'm not going to understand it because football is not a game I'm interested in. You can mention football and I'll say to you, okay, I know what football is, but I don't know how to play the game. I don't know what this means or that means. So that would be a better example. And you and me both don't have time to listen to the whole both you and I don't have time for that. So I just get to what you're trying to say. I know football, you know football. I know there's some teams and stuff. That's it. I don't want to learn about football because I don't intend on joining a football club. Yeah.
Okay, my bad, because I was under the impression, Martimimi, you are not aware what football is, so I was trying to explain to you. But anyway, maybe I misheard you. That's fine. We're gonna go ahead. But anyway, the gist of the story in Dekotishi, Ndikapinda mu team, whether whatever sport it is, whether it's American football, whether it's hockey, whatever it is that involves more than one player. If let's say there's about 7-8 players, right? And Inini, I happen to have problems with the 7 players. Every single time I've got 7, let's say there's 8 of them, and I've got problem with 7 of them. Every single time they will change the players, and whatever the coach does, the manager does, I've got problem with the 7 players, the 8 players, right? All of them, all the time. Maybe there has to be a point. Yakudichi, I need to look inwards. Have a self-reflection. Why am I not getting along with these players? Maybe the problem is not the players. Maybe it's me. Maybe Inini.
Maybe you're in the wrong sport, basically. You're in the wrong sport.
Or maybe you are the wrong player yourself. Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you shouldn't be in this. Maybe you should.
For another sport which can accommodate you and your mentality. So you are in the wrong sport altogether. If this is what continues to happen with you, you should not be in football. You should be in another sport. Maybe you should be in a debating club, not football.
Right. Now we're gonna go back. I hope you understand. This was just.
Can I ask you something?
No, but you're talking wrong.
Is Mr. Mawera still online?
I've got no idea. I don't know. I don't live with Mr. Mawere.
If Mr. Mawere is not online, then I need to go because I also need to sleep. I don't have time to be online. Can Mr. Mawere also be online? Then I need to go. There's no point of me being online because that was the whole point of me being on this live because I don't know Mr. Mawere. So if he's not online, then I need to go to bed. I've got work tomorrow, so I apologize. However, we can continue the conversation tomorrow or the day after. I'm quite happy to continue this conversation with you. But I am actually tired. That's when I think we've been on this live for the last 3 hours. I'm very tired. And I'll be very happy, though, to continue this whole conversation with you tomorrow. If you're free, give me a time. And I'll make sure I'm online after work, yeah?
Right. Mr. Mawere.
Are you available tomorrow?
I'm available anytime, my dear. And Mr. Mawere,
after 5, I'll be happy to speak to you. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Mawere is the one who controls this platform. Saka very live, very live, or Mukoma Masimba. Any of them can send me a link. How about that?
Okay. I can only see them at the moment on YouTube. Saka, if you give me a time, then I can make sure I log on to YouTube and then I log on to the link. And then I can speak to you if you give me a time when I can do that. But right now I need to go to sleep.
Does Mr. Mawere or Mukoma Masimba have your details?
I don't know. Ask them because they've been speaking to me for the last 3 hours. Saka, they must have some details. But at the moment, right. And I don't know, Saka. But I will still want to continue our conversation, Asi. I still want to speak because I think you're very engaging and I've heard you before and I think you're very enthusiastic. I love your spirit, I love your energy, and I like to debate with people like you. So yeah, I'll be more than happy to come on tomorrow and Chita and and then we can go back and forth with all this. Yeah. So if you give me a time, I'll log on. If you give me a time, I'll log on to YouTube at the time. And that way I can press the link and then be able to come into the conversation.
But any chance, Facebook here? Are you on Facebook?
Facebook is not for me. Let me tell you that. That clearly you didn't listen to the whole conversation. That's a different communication when they went to about Facebook. But listen, don't worry. We can talk about that tomorrow. But if you give me a time when you come on tomorrow after 5K.
Second, don't contact I say, because the thing is, the reason why I was asking you Facebook, I can inbox you. Can I go to, I don't know.
If you tell me what time you're gonna be on Mangwanaka after work, well, when I finish work, then I can log in and then you can see me come up. Just because we don't have our contact details, so just give me the time, and I'll make sure that I'm logged in at that time.
Okay, how did you get on this platform right now? How did you get it?
No, because I follow Mr. Mawere on YouTube.
So Mr. Mawere would know you, right? Is that right?
Well, I don't know. Me and him are messaging on YouTube, so I don't know.
Okay, okay, I'm gonna ask him, Mr. Mawere, tomorrow.
Tell me what time will be on tomorrow, and then I can make sure that link on tomorrow, and then I go into his link in this one, Mr. Mawere.
Yeah.
And then that way I can go into the conversation if you tell me exactly what time you're going to be on tomorrow.
Okay. Okay. Just before you go, I need to just say something quickly, right? Do not ever feel disrespected, because in any, what I do is I just push the boundaries for people just to go outside the box. So sometimes what I might come across as controversial, I might come across as defensive.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
That's been my problem, because I'm a very controversial person.
Perfect.
I will say things and I will talk about things that people don't want to talk about. I will bring things up which people are not comfortable on bringing up or discussing or talking about. But for me, I enjoy doing that. Not for this, so it's a way of a joke. But no, I find it boring to talk about normal things where everybody agrees and everybody says no, because you learn in being, in debating and being controversial. That's how you learn, and that's what I think. So I really don't take to heart with these, when we're having a discussion, you may say something. I'll never be offended because I always.
Saka, my sister, me and you will be reading the same book. We're in the same class, because in any, I'm also under the impression, if you push boundaries, if you make people to think outside the box, then I know evolve. I mean, look at the look.
That's it. Because sometimes I think people are too comfortable in their box.
Exactly.
Push that. But the thing is, we all have different ways of doing it. My way may be my way. It may not be the right way, but it's my way of doing it. You may have a more, let's say, diplomatic way of bringing that out in people, but I may be a very upfront and a blunt person, and I know I'm a very blunt person in what I say. And some people don't take kindly to someone being blunt, but however, I will say what I need to say, and it's up to you how you want to respond, but guaranteed I can stand and back myself up on why I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm never scared of a fight. I'm never scared of a debate. I like to put boundaries, because I don't think we do that enough as Africans in Zimbabwe.
Do you know what? Hallelujah.
I'm very happy to speak with you, but obviously the metaphysical side of things, which sometimes I've heard you speak about. I mean, I haven't joined in your conversations, but I would have things to say. But the problem is they're not on that intellectual level of metaphysics. So I cannot really debate with you on that. I know where I can stop and where I can continue. And when you put the metaphysics things in, sometimes I can see what you're saying, but if it doesn't make sense to me, I cannot comment because I don't know how to back up what I'm saying. So that's why I don't say something. If I don't know, I'll keep quiet.
Well, I've got great news for you, my sister, because Ndakataura na Mr. Mawere na Mkoma Masimba, what's going to happen is I'm going to have my own designated slot, my designated program. You're going to need metaphysics, so I can join.
You paid your $30, is that why?
I have, yes, I have, and I'm going to be talking.
my $30 so I can come and debate your metaphysics with you as well.
Yeah, Taurai na Mr. Mawere, mo joiner. Kana my joiner, then you become a member. Once you become a member, then you are munokoza tora nini kana munokoza kutraga program yenyu, something that you are passionate about. I'm passionate about metaphysics and esoteric knowledge. And ancient secret teachings. Those I'm really passionate about. I've never been to university. I've never been anywhere, but it's something that I've always been studying.
Did you say secret teachings?
Yes, secret teachings of all ages. Yeah.
What secret teachings? Anyway, okay, we'll speak.
Maura target program, imagine. Maura target program.
But nobody else will be listening, so let's not do it. But no, it'll be interesting because I find you like you're a very enthusiastic young man, you know, and I feel like nobody sometimes really understands you because they're not in the level that you are in what you do. But for me, even if I don't understand what you're saying, you always seem so enthusiastic on how you speak about what, because you love and you're passionate about what you're doing. So you're always very enthusiastic. So I like that about you.
Oh, thank you.
I understand everything you're saying, and I don't have to agree with everything you're saying, but I love the enthusiasm that you have when you speak about what you love. And I wish a lot more people had that in them about whatever it is that they enjoy and they love. And that's it, really. That's me. Because, fair and fair, I don't have to put someone down because I don't understand where they're coming from. No.
Do you know what? I appreciate you and I love you. Thank you very much for what you just said. Because if there's anything in life, I think you need to be passionate about something. You need to stand up for something.
Of course.
You need to stand up for something. And in anything, this metaphysical stuff. This is the things I've been studying for the past 6-7 years.
No, I know. I think the first time you came on Mr. Mawere's whatever on Masimba tonight, I heard you. You were on there. You were so excited, and I think you had a glass of beer on your side, and you were talking so enthusiastically. Even though I realized that probably half the population that was listening to you, whether it was 5 people, 4 people, didn't understand what the hell you're talking about.
No, because I think most of
you're going too far, you're being too deep. But the fact they understand what you're saying, so they felt like you are talking rubbish, they're talking this and that. But that's because they look their odds, which is okay. If you don't understand something, you're always afraid of it.
Exactly.
You're afraid of it.
And from what I can gather, I can tell that you're a very intelligent woman, right? The cognitive.
No. I'm not intelligent. I'm just a survivor, but I'm not intelligent.
Okay. The cognitive.
The first time I saw comments on Mr. Mawere's page when you were speaking, or even I don't know if it was Simba's or Mr. Mawere's page, and it to me resonated that when people don't understand something, they're fearful of it and they're very negative.
Yeah.
Even though that what you may be saying, if they really listened and they really tried to put 2 and 2 together, they would think, okay, what he's saying in one way makes sense. But even if you don't think it makes sense, you can still contemplate or think about what someone is saying. You don't necessarily have to say, whatever. It's just you showing that, you know what, you're set in your ways and you're not willing to learn. You're not willing to see what's going on around you. But for me, as much as I did not understand, I remember the first time I said, this guy is going too deep for us. And as I was now putting us all together in one group as people that were used to listening to a certain way of conversations on these platforms. So you came up with a totally different perspective of speaking, which we're not used to. But for me, I'm open. I love people that push boundaries. I love people that bring up things that are different from the norm. So for me, I didn't understand. It made me interested. And also, the way when you speak, you light up.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
No. I'm just being honest because this is who I am. I don't know if you've ever seen yourself when you speak about, when you're trying to explain something. Even Mukoma Sepa, I remember you were talking to him, I started booking out events and stuff, and he was talking like in this way and that way. You were like bright-eyed, very enthusiastic, KPI and stuff. And you understand exactly everything you were saying. the fact that you're so passionate and you're enthusiastic about what you're talking about, and you just don't want it to continue with the Masiba saying one.
Mukoma Masiba didn't have a clue what I was talking about.
But you still plotted on. And I laughed to myself and I said, I just love the passion you have and your enthusiasm. Una face, I mean, maybe that's no more face. I don't know. It's just, your face is so lit and you're so excited. And you want everybody to, and I think you were talking about Ubuntu and stuff at that time.
I know, I was.
About where we all came from, and what is it? The shaman hill, was it? No, my chocos was inside. And he's talking about how that all came about. Which I have to say to you, when you did explain that, I was like, oh wow, that's interesting. I didn't know that. But I'm the person that I can take information, but by bit. A lot of information given to me at the same time I cannot handle. So I caught the part when you mentioned how the Zimbabwe's name came about, and you mentioned Mashingo and stuff. I was like, I didn't know that, and I like to pride myself in being a proper African. I didn't even know that.
A good friend of mine told me after those videos, after those chats with Mukoma Masimba, Akati, you know what, Brother Mason? You are on the right path, but you are doing it the wrong way. And I totally understand what this brother was saying.
What did he say? How are you doing it wrong?
He said it's like trying to explain quantum physics or quantum mechanics grade 7.
Yeah.
Unofana utanga baby step, baby step. Ini ndakangouya ndichingovhurumuka, ndichingodudunudza. Kana vanhu
No, but that's because you love what you're doing and you're excited. You just want to share to everyone, and that's what I saw from you. Because I'm much older than you, but that's what I saw from you. Because I feel like that when in what I do and what I love doing, and I know how excited and interested I get, and that was you. And there's nothing wrong with that, but it's just, I guess, you have to be able to cater to your audience.
Yes. Because I'm not going to go into it so much, but Jesus Christ is no different from Horus or Mithras or Odin or Sarasutra or Quetzalcoatl, because all of them are 12 disciples and they all died and resurrected on the third day. And the old, like Horus, actually resurrected somebody known as Al-Asaras, and this is about 5,000 years before Jesus Christ. And they were puzzled.
Yeah, the problem. You know what? Okay, you know what the problem is? I'll stop you right there. Do you know what the problem here is? It's because the people that you're speaking to, Antika, are listeners who are matured in terms of age group, right?
Yeah.
And what they've learned, what they know up to now, and they're in their, I don't know, late 20s, 30s, 40s, Antika. And they know what they know from our background and how we've been brought up. And then you now come and straight up hit us and tell us that everything that we know is wrong. Everything that we've learned is wrong. You're like, what? And it's confusing, because that's all we know. And you can, but the thing is that you can either look at it and say, what the hell, and step back and start shouting, or you can say, a minute, let me hear a bit more about this, and then after that I'll go and investigate myself. And I must say, when you mentioned about how Zimbabwe, it triggered me, because I love non-interest, and I said to myself, okay, I'm going to go and get a research afterwards. Because I was like, how does this young man know so much? I didn't find you scary. I was like, what the hell? How does this young man know more than me? I proclaim myself to be a proper African. So I said, okay, I'm going to go and do some research. But I have to say, within my the biggest will in my heart, I didn't even go afterwards and check. It entertained me at that time, and I said, hey, nonsense, I need to go and research myself, because how can he be more knowledgeable, this young boy, and he's so enthusiastic about it? So I need to go and find out. So that because there's a radio here No, listen, there's a radio station that's catered to black people in
Right.
Kunoku, UK, yeah? I'm in the UK, by the way.
Right. Okay.
And they are very like African based, Bantu stuff and everything. And I remember one of my friends, much older than me, wrote a book, but it was like based on black people's lives. And I contacted them and I got her to go on to that radio station and she spoke about it. And they're those kind of people that, like, you know, they're listened to by a lot of people on Sundays, especially between, I think, is it 12 to 3 or something of that sort. So that's their like big highlight. Even though during the week they're still there, but they're very African catered. And I got my friend on there and I got in touch and I kept in touch with them. And, you know, so when I've got someone, like if there's someone coming from Kumbaisa, I got this Zimbabwe man as well who I worked with, and I didn't know at the time when I worked with him that he was a politician in Kumba, but he came here Akatiza Kumba, but you know, he's able to go home now. You know, he does this what do you call it? You know, they have like on Saturdays, Saturday afternoons, I think at 2 o'clock or somewhere around there, Zimbabwe Embassy.
Oh,
they
right.
do like
like demos and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, every Saturday they've been doing that for the last, I think, I don't know, 4 years or 5 years. They've been doing that demonstration for Zimbabwe in Strand, London.
Okay, all right. Please
And I didn't know about him until like.
Don't
mention his name.
Don't mention his name, please. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
And so I actually managed to then, because I'm just interested in things and like to see things differently. But obviously, you know, I then sometimes judge things according to what my experience is, which is where I then put the term of generalizing. I generalize based on my experiences, not about how the whole world sees every country. So anyway, so he also went on to the radio station a couple of times talking about Zimbabwe and stuff, you know, that kind of thing. But he's also very controversial in terms of like what his position was with Zimbabwe and now, you know, what he's doing and what people think. So he's controversial as well as a person. But I like those. I enjoy things. I like to push boundaries. I like to find out things I didn't know about. And what I hate is when I feel like someone wants to like put their head on their shoe on my neck and push me down, and I don't have a voice. Then I really it's not for me. I'm just I had this little combine. It's not going to happen again. So I think my main problem, I guess, when I was mentioning it, was that Zimbabwean men are very quick to be, you know, because I was, you know, like I was speaking Namkoma Simba and Mr. Mawere, and then all I really doing what I expect them to, which is to say, oh, you're talking too much, oh, you're not letting people speak and stuff. And to me, it just triggered. Which is, well, you know what, we are fed up of this. As African women in Zimbabwe, we're fed up of, you know.
Now I understand where you're coming from now. I understand where you're coming from now.
From a woman's point of view. From my, I would give you my experiences. And all that, because what, they have no education or no education, so basically they never have a voice in anything that matters.
Can I just interject?
And since I came here, I was not at the beginning, but now I'm like, you know what, you can't tell me to shut up. Because I'm not combining more. I was going to junior and I was going to say, so you can't tell me. I'm going to say what I say. Voice are not base, but what I'm saying means something. So you don't take it. That's up to you.
Do you know?
I'm going to scream my voice.
Yeah. Do you know what my sister? Can I just interject just for a few minutes and I'll let you talk, right? And but the children were echo, but I can go ahead anyway, and as long as the Murukuns was root out. Right.
Okay.
I'll make it quick. Just as I'm represent, I'm actually on your side, to be quite honest, right? To be quite honest. And on a personal level, I grew up in a family of 10 people, 10 family members. And guess what? The first 6 are all women. So I grew up with women, right? Now, secondly, Inini, I'm actually on a mission to change people, or to challenge, not to change, but to challenge people's perspectives. Look, I think it's ideas that actually make a difference in people's lives. And when I'm saying ideas, I'm talking about ideas in thinking, ideas in consciousness. Hopefully you can hear me. Are you still there? Is my sister still there? Or are you gone? My sister, are you still there? Or are you gone? Anyway, I think my sister is gone. But anyway, I'm just going to finish what I was going to say. Basically, my mission is to challenge people's perspectives, to make people think outside the box. Because if you think about it, people that knows history, if you look at the American history, there was what's called the American Revolution, and even the age of enlightenment in the late 18th century or early 19th century. And the age of enlightenment, this is when people were questioning the status quo. So once you start questioning the status quo, we are venturing in the territories of philosophy. You are pushing the boundaries of thinking. Saka, as a human beings and as a people, we need to think outside the box, and we need to challenge what's called the status quo. Once you start challenging it, this is when you're gonna go further. And even if you look at the British Revolution, the Industrial Revolution in Britain, it was people challenging themselves. And even if you look at the Reformation, what is the Reformation? The Reformation was a group of people, group of men who challenged the Roman Catholic Church. And this is how the Reformation was started. And even if you go to Europe, the French people, they challenged the monarchy, the French royal family, and they challenged them. This is how they got rid of the French royal family. And even if you look at the Italians, the Italian Renaissance, the Italian Renaissance was all about pushing the boundaries, challenging the status quo. And in my opinion, this is what we need in Zimbabwe, in Africa. To be quite honest, we need to be challenging the ideas, challenging the status quo. Push the boundaries, because there is nothing more powerful than the mind. Your mind is more powerful than anything else. So this is what I was going to tell my sister. But anyway, I think she is gone, but we're going to take it next time. So yeah, look after yourself. Everybody else, wherever you are, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. And thank you very much, Mkoma Masimba, and thank you very much, Mr. Mawere. And yeah, God bless. All right, mad respect. Cheers. Bye.